Good morning. The NHL will be lockout-free until at least 2030. Yesterday afternoon, the NHL and NHLPA both ratified the new 4-year collective bargaining agreement a year ahead of schedule. The current CBA won't end until the end of next season, meaning the new agreements won't kick in until the 2026-27 season. But the biggest changes coming in the new CBA include expanding to an 84-game season, shortening the length of max-term contracts to 7 years, and the NHL's commitment to be part of the Olympic Games in 2026 and in 2030. In the NFL yesterday, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reported that the Cincinnati Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson has recently resumed contract talks with the Bengals. It's been a heated offseason so far between the two sides as Hendrickson enters the final year of his contract. Fowler reports Hendrickson wants more long-term security on the next contract and is even prepared to miss the start of training camp if necessary to get a deal done. Wimbledon enters the second day of quarterfinal matchups. World number 1 Jannik Sinner takes on number 10 ranked Ben Shelton this morning at 9:30. And at 10 a.m., number 6 ranked Novak Djokovic takes on number 22 ranked Flavio Cobolli. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I have still yet to receive a single pack of Smarties, by the way. I'm expecting a truckload on Halloween. Halloween, I think, I was listening to a podcast this week of what day of the week all the holidays fall on this year. Because July 4th falling on a Friday is pretty good. I think Halloween also falls on a Friday. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to double check that real quick. If it is, would that not imply, it is a Friday, that the 4th of July and Halloween would be on the same day every year?
Ooh, that's interesting.
Wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah.
I think it would.
That does, right?
Because next year, the 4th is going to be on a Saturday, right? And I would expect that the Halloween's going to be on a Saturday next year.
Yeah.
I think.
What do you think the most, what holiday do you think benefits the most from being on a Friday, Saturday sort of prime time day?
Excellent question. Because I don't think Christmas works for that.
Yeah, Christmas is its own sort. It's a week-long event.
And Christmas is most people get off, multiple days around Christmas. So if you get the Friday off, you feel like maybe you are punting on a day of the week you might get off on a Saturday, opposed to if Christmas is on a Thursday, no one's working on that Friday, right?
No.
Or if you are, everyone knows, mail it in today. Mail it in, it's the 26th.
I think that's the same with New Year's Day as well, right? Everyone gets New Year's Eve and New Year's Day off. I feel
not everyone gets New Year's Eve off, right?
No,
New Year's Day, though, everybody gets off.
Yes. That's true.
I'm pretty sure.
So maybe that's actually better to be on a Friday then.
New Year's Day?
Yeah.
No, that you wouldn't want on a Friday, right? Because I guess, why is it different, though?
Yeah.
As Josh is pointing this out, why is that different than the 4th of July or Halloween? The difference would be that the 4th of July, you're outside more, and Halloween is more at night.
Right.
That's the thing. Halloween, the activities are usually at night. Halloween party or trick-or-treating, although it usually ends by, 9? Yeah. And then 4th of July, you get fireworks at night. New Year's Day is just,
sleep
in
night,
and recover, and you're probably going to bed early.
Right.
So I'm more ready for the next day.
Exactly.
So that one I might be more inclined to have it in the middle of the week. Halloween and 4th of July, I think, are the two biggest ones.
I think, especially as a kid, when Halloween used to fall on like a Tuesday, and you're like, for me, Halloween was always such a. You get back to school and you're like, this sucks.
Yeah.
I'll look forward to Halloween, I guess, and the holidays. And like Halloween is the first sort of venture into that. And I think when it used to fall on like a Tuesday, and you just had to go to school on the day and then had to go to school the next day, as a kid, you're like, this doesn't feel right. I don't like this. I feel like I should be off. I deserve to be off.
You're tired from the night before, and you're just like, oh, why am I here? But you do have all the candy, which is nice.
Right.
Which is going to make me more tired when I eat all of it in like a 48-hour span.
Where's Thanksgiving fall into this?
This year?
Or wait, that's always
Thanksgiving.
What am I saying? It's
Thanksgiving is always the Thursday.
Right. That's true.
Which is fine.
Yeah,
and good.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. By the way, the Bills ended up not being on any of these holidays this year.
I know.
So like all the build up to the schedule a couple of months ago, and you don't get any of them on one of these big holidays. So we'll keep going through the Bills schedule a little bit later today. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. We'll talk about the Panthers a little bit with Kyle Bailey from down in Charlotte. That'll be at 9 o'clock. That's the Bills' Week 8 opponent. That's a game I'd expect Bills fans to fill up the building. And we'll talk with my brother Lou DiBiase at 8 o'clock about the Bills. We'll skip ahead a little bit to their late season Week 17 game against Philadelphia, Super Bowl winners, and what's happened in their offseason. So that's coming a little bit later on in the show. There's a polarizing ranking of the Bills from Bill Barnwell that we are going to have to get to in short order here, but I actually wanted to start with a little bit of hockey because I saw the news yesterday about Gavin McKenna. Gavin McKenna, who is generational, word is overused, so whatever. He's a great prospect, number 1 overall pick next year, like definitively. It would be stunning, I think, if something happened in the next year where he wasn't the top guy drafted. And correct me if I'm wrong, but he did like a LeBron style The Decision on ESPN yesterday. I'm almost surprised they aired it. ESPN. Maybe it's a time of the year that really works for this, where there's not really much going on other than Wimbledon, and Wimbledon being in England is done by the time you get to, 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night when SportsCenter airs. So, all right, this college kid who's going to be number 1 overall is picking his school. He wants to do it live on SportsCenter. Okay, sure. It's July 8th. We'll give him the floor for a couple of minutes. I guess that's kind of where you fall here. So he does that, and he decides on Gavin McKenna. He's going to college. Going to be the number 1 overall pick. He's awesome. He's going to Penn State. And, I saw all the snarky Pagula remarks on Twitter after that happened. I had a different thought about McKenna when I saw that he's going to Penn State. And it was, I really wonder if the season starts really poorly. Because Pagula has obviously big connections to Penn State, right? Alma mater, and built the arena, and he's been active in that program. So what are the odds he's going to get to know Gavin McKenna in the next year, or just grow to love him if he's dominant for that team? And if, they're, I don't know about the rest of the team, if they're like national championship level good. But if they are, and they are winning, and he's amazing, then I think it would be easy, if you're tied to that program, to fall in love with the kid. And I had the thought yesterday of, I wonder if that starts happening and the Sabres season gets off to a really rough start, which I don't think is impossible, if the owner or just the team in general would just be inclined to say, this is going down the tube anyway. Let's just kind of punt on this season a little bit. Maybe that's when they would trade Bo Byram for a first-round pick and just stack draft pile assets. The reason I don't think that's probably realistic is because the Sabres don't have a second guy now. When they tanked 10 years ago, it was, okay, if we don't get the all-time great prospect, our consolation prize is we're still getting an amazing elite number one center. And I don't know enough about next year's draft to tell you if there's a second guy, but I haven't heard about a second guy. And I don't think you're punting on the season for just, 18% of one player?
Yeah, I don't think. I think that's the allure of that 2015 season was that there were two prizes to go get, and you were guaranteed one of them if you were bad enough. And now you don't have that same guarantee of even picking second overall because of what happened in that season. Right? They changed the lottery rules, so now you can move around all over the board. So there's that, and then there's also just the reality of what this is here and what that would look like here. And I think
it would be a tough
that
look.
Would be catastrophic and probably be the end of a lot of people. It'd be the end of the rope for a lot of people, I think, if they were to make a conscious decision to say, we kind of think this is where this is going anyways, so let's nudge it along. I think any movement towards that, I think people here are done and would not be able to reconcile with that, no matter how good McKenna is and no matter how good Penn State is with McKenna.
Right.
And Penn State was a really good college team last year, by the way. They were legit, and now they're adding him. They're going to be a serious program next year.
Yeah, he had 129 points in 56 games in the WHL last year.
He's a witch, that kid. If you got to just look up his highlights.
At 17, by the way.
Minutes. It's incredible to watch this kid play. He's really impressive. But I just don't I don't know what it would do to people here.
Yeah.
Even if you ended up getting him, it'd be very exciting.
And you're not going to get him because
you're not going to get him.
Your odds are so low. And I think you're making the right point, too. The reason they would never lean into anything like a rebuild again, or a tank especially, is what would it do to the ticket base?
Right.
What would it do to your customers? What would it do to your fans? Well, you couldn't, I don't want to say you couldn't survive that, but you would do, I think, serious damage to it. There are a lot of strategies that they have employed during this playoff drought that eventually you're going to circle back around to. Like there are certain ideologies with your team. They're kind of doing it right now.
I was just going to say, are we not seeing the big, tough, get mean thing
tough
again?
Tough to play
here?
against. They're the second biggest team in the league right now, and they're acquiring that sort of player. And that's something they kind of did at the beginning of the drought when Lucic hit Miller, and they thought they had to be tougher to play against him, whatever, and couldn't get bullied around. So some strategies you will circle back around to. I don't think you ever circle back around to a hardcore tank. However, if it doesn't go well in the next, it wouldn't happen quick enough to start talking about this kid, even though he's going to be a superstar the second he shows up in the NHL, right? He's going to be an 80-point player in his rookie season, level good.
Like Bedard, McDavid level prospect kind of guy. He's really special.
I don't think any of this happens quick enough to where he's the talking point. He's the hope, other than, if the Sabres miss the playoffs and they have 7% to get him like they have in recent years. Eventually this is a rebuild again, right? Eventually it is. I hope it's not for another 3 years, 4 years, and I would have a greater hope that you just kind of eliminate that conversation by making the playoffs. But at some point, we know this. We know there is a date where Dahlin and Tage hit the ejector seat.
Yeah.
And the day they do that, I think you're in a rebuild. Even if you're not choosing to be in one, your team just will be in one automatically. Maybe you have a different GM by then. At that point.
you gotta think that would
I can't believe
happen
you wouldn't.
if those guys are asking out that
Yeah.
the guy doing it now wouldn't be the guy gets to trade him.
That is really, like, we are a week removed from all the Sabres action, and we're going to be waiting for a Byram trade maybe forever, or at least until, arbitration gets closer at the end of the month. But that is really what's on the line for them this year. It makes it feel more important than even some of these more recent seasons, because now you kind of feel like there is an end date on the horizon. It's tough to know what it is. Like when the Dahlin thing came up last year with Paul Bissonnette, that was, I think, greatly exaggerated the extent of his meeting with Kevin Adams. But when that day happened, my thought was, okay, this was expected at some point. Maybe it's a little earlier than I would have thought, but it's actually it's later than Eichel got to this point, right? Dahlin's been on the team now longer than Eichel has.
Yeah.
So his end date is coming. I wouldn't have been stunned if it had happened at the end of last year. It didn't, and it hasn't happened now, but will it be at the end of this year? Either way, like, all of that is impossible to know unless you are in the mind of Rasmus Dahlin. So, it might not be this year. It could be next year. Either way, this year I feel like there's more pressure because you got to stop the train stop that snowball effect of now this Peterka wants out, now this guy's going to want out, now this guy's, and then suddenly it's rolling downhill and you can't stop it.
Right. This season to me feels like the most important, crucial season that they've had maybe since Adams has been the GM. And it's felt it has felt like that every year just because of the nature of the drought, and every year it's 13 and now it's 14. Like, it all grows. So that obviously contributes. But I think all of what we're talking about here with the ticking clock on these great players that the Sabres do have, it all ramps up each and every year that you're bad again. And you only get closer to that every year that you miss and every year that you get worse. And so I think every year, if, say, they lose again this year and somehow those guys are able to handle another one, we'll be talking the same way next offseason. It'll just continue to ramp up and become this pressure cooker. And that probably contributes to some of those issues, and it probably contributes to some of those guys wanting out. Is like, I don't want to play under that. I don't want to have to feel that pressure of the last, 15 years in this city.
Sure, yeah.
It's a lot to weigh on you, so that can be tough. But this season to me is everything for that team. Yeah. I think if this team doesn't make it this year, like you said, you're forced into another rebuild that, you're going to have a hard, you're going to try and trade all those guys for current players and not do a long-term rebuild. All right.
That's going to be tough to do.
Good luck.
You're going to end up with picks and prospects in a trade like that almost always.
You're seeing how hard it is to get NHL players for a good NHL player right now in Bowen Byram. Yeah. It's going to get easier if you've got 4 of those guys. Right. I don't think it's going to get easier.
I guess, am I wrong on next year's lottery odds? Because Tankathon has the first overall pick at 25.5% to pick number 1 overall. Right. Maybe there's a team that's ineligible because they changed the lottery odds or whatever. How different are the Sabres playoff odds from their odds right now of being the team that lands Gavin McKenna next year? Cool. What would you, by percentage, what's their chance of making the playoffs right now? Gut feeling. Is it 20%? Is it 30%?
The roster right now?
Sure. As is. Byram's on the team.
I'll go 33%, 1 in 3 chance.
Okay, 33%. I would not project they're going to finish last.
No.
So, maybe it's very different then. Because if you've got them at 33%, and I would probably be around the same number, once you get to the 5th, 6th, 7th from the bottom, you're at 8, 7, 6%.
Yeah.
And at that point, you would say it's probably like 4, 5 times more likely that they'll make the playoffs than they would land this player individually. The only reason I'm bringing him up is because I feel like reading about more of him last night and watching some of these crazy highlights and seeing the numbers he puts up, I think I want to go above and beyond. Like you mentioned, Bedard. I think he's the best prospect since McDavid. Matt Matthews, maybe since Matthews. That trio.
He might be a more
better than Matthews?
high-level prospect than Matthews was. I mean, Matthews was incredible, and he would have been going 2 or 3 with, in that McDavid-Eichel draft. He would have been battling with Eichel for that 2 spot.
Yep.
But McKenna is really, really, really special.
And he's going to Pagula School.
Yep. And it's a great program down there. They have got it all going on. I've got a couple buddies that have played there that love it, and it's going to be like we're going to have to get down there for a game or 2 next year to see that kid play because it's really something.
Yeah, I see. When I drove down to see McDavid, was it a dozen times? It was 8, 9 times, I think.
Yeah,
it was always knowing the team is doing this, and the team wants him. And is tanking to get him, and it's undeniable that he's going to be like the best player in the world. And Erie was so close, right? 90-minute drive down the 90. This Penn State, that might be one where I would go to one, or if they came close by, I would go to get it. But the difference would be 1, he's a little further away, and 2, I don't think the Sabres are going to
make concerted efforts to.
No, I mean they could fall into it. I don't think that's impossible either. If their goaltending isn't there and the team starts to fall apart, I think it's possible. But I would not think they're going to be the worst team in the league.
No.
Let's go to the phones. Jerry and Kenmore's first up this morning. Morning, Jeremy or Jerry.
Yeah, we're not allowed to use the word tank anymore. It failed twice, and basically it was the way it was built. This is a league now where men play better than 18 and 20-year-olds, and we built this team incorrectly. Look, Dylan Strom was a very high draft pick and would have been considered a bust his first 5 years in the league. The same with Sam Bennett. Reinhardt's improvement even since he's been here. You can get that generational player, but the parts around it need to be way better than we were. They couldn't be that young at all. Devin Levi was a savior, and how long ago was that now? 4 years ago? It's the league is different than it used to be. You can't just immediately come in and make an impact. And we had a draft. I'm glad we drafted this 6'6" defenseman. The guy that we'll see 3 years from now, and 3 years after that he'll ask for a trade. It's just. We're built incorrectly. Stop building young. Stop talking about rebuilds. Just figure out how to get the right mix here. You haven't had the right mix here for 10 years.
Yeah. Thanks, Jerry, for the call. That right there, I think, is why this year is so important. Because I think a lot of that is right. And if their season goes poorly, you're going to be forced back into it. You're going to be forced back into, you got to get more young pieces because guess what? Your good veterans are going to want out. Eventually. I think that's what makes the season so critical. So anyways, here's some Sabres at the beginning of the show. Got a lot of football to get to today. There was a Bill Barnwell ranking about the Bills' skill position group that I think could get people a little bit fired up. Some quarterback rankings. It is definitely ranking season around the NFL as we are just a couple of weeks away from training camp. I watched episode 1 of the quarterback documentary on Netflix with Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Kirk Cousins. And there is a level of honesty in that series that I'm going to touch on later because I wonder if the Bills on Hard Knocks are going to have that same level of, authentic, conversations, mic'd up moments behind the scenes. Because if we get that, I think people are going to love Bills Hard Knocks. It's going to be very different than the Embedded series or Beyond, Blue and Red, whatever that they put out. So we'll see. I want to get to that a little bit too. But on these rankings that Bill Barnwell put out about the Bills and all the other teams in the league at skill position. If you didn't see it, stay tuned. 803-0550 is the phone number. Jeremy's off today. We got my brother Lou DiBiase, Locked On Eagles, as we go through the Bills' opponents this week. He'll join at 8. And I've got Kyle Bailey coming up at 9 o'clock on the Panthers, which I think will be one of the most hotly attended Bills road games of the year. Stay tuned. Joe DiBiase, Owen Parker, Josh Schmidt. We're all hanging out on a Wednesday here on WGR.
They just don't make moves. They don't make big moves.
Or they are moves by a GM that either can't or doesn't know how to make big moves like that.
Yeah.
And it could be the former. It could be can't. But
doesn't it don't you want to feel like he's trying?
Totally be can't.
To me, it's why aren't they? I want to feel like I see them get rejected in. I want the Sabres offered Ehlers $10 million, and he said no.
I know. That's where I'm not sure everybody agrees with that, but I do. I believe, like, when
I would give them more benefit of the doubt if it was like, well, they were in on 4 free agents. They offered the most money by $2.5 million, and players just won't go there.
Like, when I see that the Sabres were trying to spin Peterka into Noah Dobson of the Islanders, who got Norris votes 2 years ago and just got a $9.5 million contract from Montreal. Like, when I see the Sabres wanted that guy and he told them no, I think good on them for trying.
Yes.
Good on them for going for the big idea and not just going immediately for, I'll take your third pair defenseman, then we're going to put in a bigger role. That's where they end up. So I guess at some point, that's what matters, right? But I want to believe they're at least trying to make these impactful moves. And other than like that Dobson rumor, like you haven't seen anything. I don't know. Did they call on Ehlers? Did they try? Did they offer him something? I don't know. I haven't seen anybody say it.
It's weird that I feel like I really would feel better if they were just in the public doing whatever they could. Willing to overpay by $2-3 million.
Yeah.
And guys just saying no, like it's just we're not interested.
Like you do see that from other teams.
Yeah.
Like when Peterka gets dealt, I've seen maybe 4 different reports from other markets about, hey, our team did try. Cook, though, on that list right now, like determining how good Cook is. Where is he right now on an all-time Bills running back list? How good is he? Is he better? Who is he not? Who is he definitively not better than?
OJ.
He's not better
Thurman.
than OJ. He's not better than Thurman. That's 2.
Probably Shady McCoy.
You've got him being better than LaShawn McCoy?
No. I have LaShawn McCoy being better.
Okay. Is he better than Travis Henry?
I would say not. I mean, not by the numbers.
Henry in his first 3 years, most ever.
Yeah. I would say so. Those 4.
Henry is one of those guys where I'm young when he's playing, so I remember him being good, but I mean, I'm 9 years old when he's on the team. It's tough for me to remember how good he was considered.
Yeah.
Like league-wide, like he was a good Bills running back, but was Travis Henry ever thought of as like, oh, this guy's one of the better running backs in football?
The problem is he was in the era of running backs.
Yeah, Priest Holmes and Jamal Lewis and
like just great
Clinton
running backs.
Portis.
They mattered.
Yep.
Like now it's kind of like there's 5 players and everyone else kind of doesn't matter.
Right. Which makes it easier for Cook to land 8th on a list like that.
Yeah.
So Henry, is he better than Fred Jackson? Would anybody put him above Fred Jackson on an all-time Bills list? No, right?
Yeah, but that's just because the vibes were.
That's
Fred Jackson's the vibe guy.
Mm-hmm. He was great for what?
3 years?
3. See, again, that's the thing with Cook. We're in this 3-year window.
In the bubble.
And
yeah.
it probably ends up only being 4 years. I don't think there's a strong possibility right now that he's here past that. It still could happen. Is he better than CJ Spiller?
Yes. Definitively, I would say.
Definitively?
Yes.
Spiller had one monster season.
That's it.
And I will say that one monster season is as good as I've ever seen a Bills running back look.
Yes.
He had that year. That's 2012.
He averaged over 5 yards a carry. I mean, it was.
He averaged 6 yards a carry.
Yes.
He averaged 6 yards a carry for a whole season.
The NHL will be lockout-free until at least 2030. Yesterday, the NHL and NHLPA both ratified a new 4-year CBA, a year ahead of schedule. Some interesting things included in the new CBA, expanding to an 84-game season, shortening the length of max-term contracts to 7 years, and the NHL's commitment to be part of the Olympic Games in 2026 and in 2030. In the NFL, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reported yesterday that Cincinnati Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson recently resumed talks with the Bengals. It's been a heated offseason so far between the two sides. Hendrickson is entering the final year of his current contract, looking for some long-term security. Wimbledon enters the second day of the quarterfinal matchups. Jannik Sinner takes on number 10 ranked Ben Shelton this morning at 9:30, and number 6 ranked Novak Djokovic takes on number 2 ranked Flavio Cabali at 10. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Khalil Shakir will lead the Bills in targets, like multiple games this season. And of course, the APY is a little bit bigger, but you got him for 4 years. You have him under team control. And so if he has highly productive seasons, he has that 1,000-yard season, then he might come back and say, hey, I want a pay bump. I want more than Darnell Mooney money. And he'd be right to do so. But there are going to be plenty of games this season against, AFC East contenders, against AFC contenders in the playoffs, in which Shakir is the primary pass catcher for the Bills. And that primary pass catcher for most elite offenses these days runs you up $30 million. And for the Bills, it ran 13. That's just pennies on the dollar. It's unbelievable.
That is Benjamin Solak of ESPN on Khalil Shakir. The Bills pass catchers going into the year, pretty low in some rankings we're going to get to here. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off this week. It's a beautiful day outside. Got some baseball a little bit later on. The Blue Jays. You've got Wimbledon continuing. Djokovic playing this morning. Watched a lot of Carlos Alcaraz yesterday. It was a treat to watch. And he advanced, so he's on to the semifinals. And he will meet, I think he'll meet Djokovic in the next round. I'll have to look. But in one way or another, I think he's going to end up winning that tournament. So there's Solak on Shakir. I don't think there's anybody that disputes how good Khalil Shakir is. Like, Shakir is a very good slot receiver. I guess the one point of argument for him would be how much is he able to play in different situations than he did last season. Last year was a lot of the slot, a lot of around the line of scrimmage. What about vertical? What about on the outside? Does that even need to happen? The need to happen part of this is where I'm curious. But to get to Bill Barnwell. So Bill Barnwell from ESPN, he every year ranks the top skill position groups in the NFL, combining running back, receiver, and tight end, of course, and ranking all 32. So 32 is Tennessee, and number 1, by the way, on his ranking, who'd you guess number 1 is? I think it's the Bengals. Their article is actually kind of freezing right now, but that's fine because I've got in front of me the part of it that matters for our conversation, which is he is the Bills ranked at number 28. Just one guy's opinion. He does this every year. Last year, he had the Bills at number 24. The year prior, he had the Bills at number 20. This year, Barnwell ranks the Bills as having the 28th best group of skill position players in the NFL. And he writes about Shakir being, the best player on that offense outside of Josh Allen and James Cook, I guess the best pass catcher on that offense. And he writes about how Keon Coleman failed to establish a consistent role in the lineup and how he only had 3 catches on 46 routes in the postseason, which when you see it put like that, Curtis Samuel was anonymous. Dalton Kincaid failed to top 55 receiving yards in a single game. And that Matt Collins was the guy that exceeded expectations, and he is now gone. So he lands on number 28. And while even I would have them higher than that, I don't think it is offensive for them to be that low with the group that they have. There are going to be people that look at that group on paper and say, what really is going on there? Who do you have that is like a real, true difference maker outside of... They have 2, and maybe this is why they should be higher than 28th. Your running back is really good, and your slot receiver is really, really good. And everything else around that is a bit of a question mark, but you've got 2 solidified good players at their position. And there's only, it's only going to be 5 skill position players out there on the field at once. Who would be, maybe you'd be offended by the teams that are above them. The Jets are 1 spot above them at the skill position player group. The Giants are a spot above that at 26. The Bears, the Saints, that's a Chris Olave ranking, I feel like. For me, though, like when I'm reading through his write-up on why he has the Bills so low, it just feels like it's a lot of your 2 swings at that group have yet to hit. Kincaid and Keon Coleman. And I'm, of course, reminded of Brandon Beane's comments on this show after the draft, which were defiantly, we do not need to have the elite level receiver group. We just scored 30 points a game. He said that, I think, multiple times in that visit, that they scored 30 points a game. So I guess Kincaid and Coleman, we spent a lot of this offseason on what are they going to be, them taking big steps forward, and how important that really is to the Bills. And I wonder how important it really is. How important they think it really is. Because if you take Beane's comments the day after the draft, it would imply it really isn't, let's say, critical. It's not critical to the offense that Kincaid or Coleman take a big step forward. The GM told you himself last year, doing it the way they did it with Kincaid injured and not really producing all that much, and then Coleman being good at the start getting injured, not coming back from the injury the way they would have liked, they still average 30 points a game. So it would be nice to have. Is it kind of a bonus if one of them does it? Or is it even, it's not really needed? That is the attitude, though, that I think you can almost take out of those Bean comments. And I don't know that he would fully believe them. And two, I definitely don't. How critical it would be for one of those two to produce, I think comes down to how repeatable you think what they did last year was. Because Barnwell writing about Matt Collins being gone, Josh Palmer coming in, and Elijah Moore coming in, and he doesn't even mention Amari Cooper. I still believe wholeheartedly that Moore and Palmer are a better combo than Cooper and Hollins were. So I think they have upgraded at that area. But when you look back at last year's offense, if you need Kincaid or Coleman to take a big step forward, that means inherently that you think there's another area of that offense that is going to take a step back. And then the improvement from one of your young playmakers is going to make up for that so that they are still one of the top scoring offenses in the league. And I don't mean like 7th or 8th. I mean like 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. For them, that's the bar. And for me, there is an area that I expect them to regress in, and that is going to be fumbles and maybe interceptions. I don't think it's going to be sacks, but those negative plays, especially the turnovers, they were as good last year as any team ever. They lost something like 2 fumbles all year long. Allen not turning the ball over at a rate that is going to be tough for him to repeat. I think that's the more probable thing to stay. 6 interceptions last year. I could see him throwing only 6 interceptions again. Probably would bet a little bit higher, but that's not out of the realm of possibility. I feel like 2 fumbles again. It's out of the realm of possibility. There's no way they're repeating that. And if you add the league average, I heard Chopin Bulldog say this yesterday, the league average was 8.5, or roughly is 8.5 fumbles per year for a team. And if it's even 6, 7, those 4 or 5 fumbles might not sound like a lot, but that could be the difference between, that could be 35 points over the course of a year, and instead of averaging 30 points a game, now you're averaging 26.
Don't you think also that the flip side of that is also due for the regression in terms of the defense taking the ball and giving it to the offense?
Sure, that's another part too.
Both sides of that are likely to come down, and that will take points away from the offense too, because you're losing possessions with good field position that set you up to score those points that you need. And so if you're regressing in both of those areas, then you've got even more to make up, and that's on those improvements that we're talking about.
Right. It's giving you more opportunities to score. It's giving you shorter fields. And that's the one where I might be more open to they could sustain that, because they have done that in the past. I mean, the 2017 Bills took the ball away like crazy, and there have been other Bills defenses that have, but all this is just, you can't just bank on the value that they had last year in turnovers to be the same. They were tremendous, and they were opportunistic, and Terrell Bernard deserves credit for having the wherewithal coming across the field at 100 miles an hour in the playoffs against Baltimore to be ready to punch that ball out from Mark Andrews. Like, that is a skilled play. But it does also require the opponent being a little bit careless with how they are carrying the football. If it's not high and really tight, you can get it out. But if a player is playing responsibly, and you can punch that ball as hard as you want. How many times have you seen in a pileup, players just start swinging away? That's today's NFL. They just start swinging like they're Mike Tyson.
Yeah, they're trying to haymaker that ball.
And they can't get it. And they can't get it out.
Right.
Because if the other player is being responsible, there's just nothing you could do. So it requires the opponent to mess up at the same time that you are making a calculated play like Bernard did, and it's only one of those turnovers. So all this to say that I think, sure, they could be good at it, but repeating what they did last year and getting as much value out of it as they did last year, I don't think it's bankable. I would not bet on it happening. So for that, if they want to be a team that is scoring 30 points a game again instead of 25-26, which that's a big difference, then look around your offense. It's always, to me, a compliment to their offense. It's why was there lots of receiver talk leading up to the draft, even though we talked about, safety for the whole Friday leading up to it and the defense even more.
Right.
It's people like to talk about offense. 2, think the turnovers are going to come down. If you're going to make up for that somewhere, there's nowhere else in the offense. The quarterback is as good as you could possibly get. The offensive line is elite. The running back room and James Cook at the top is awesome. The tight ends, Barnwell kind of, criticizes their tight ends in his ranking, but they're fine. They're good.
And you got to hope that they're going to accomplish what you want them to.
For what you've put into them, you might want them to be like a top 5, duo in the league for the money and Knox and the pick that you invested in Kincaid. But I would still say they are good.
Right.
They're above average. So if I need to get a little bit better somewhere on offense to make up for turnovers, where is the only place to look? Right. There is only one place to look. That's it. And that is where I think Coleman comes in. And Kincaid too, of course, because he's, going to be a little bit of this because of the, the route participation rate and his route yards per route run last year being through the roof and what his role ends up being. I do think it's critical. This offense every year should be top 3. And I think their turnovers will come down. So someone's got to step up and make up for that. And I think Coleman or Kincaid doing it is pretty critical, unless we're expecting Josh Palmer to be way better than he was in L.A., or Elijah Moore to be way more efficient than he was with the Jets and the Browns. And those are possible too, but I just feel like the Coleman-Kincaid pieces are more likely for that. 803-0550 is the phone number if you've got a thought on how critical is it that Kincaid or Coleman take a big step forward, or can the Bills still have an elite offense without it? 803-0550 is the phone number. Some quarterback ranking stuff. I had talked on Monday about the Patrick Mahomes quarterback ranking. Is it a saga? Everyone's got their own way of doing it. And yesterday, I saw what could be labeled Patrick Mahomes disrespect on a whole new level. And I'm not even talking about the Kansas City radio host said he has a dad bod and called him an embarrassment, because that also happened yesterday. I'm talking about a ranking that showed him, I think, a little bit of disrespect, but I might be on board with it. Joe DiBiase, we're all hanging out here on a Wednesday. 803-0550 is the phone number. Joe Marino, by the way, moved to tomorrow, so we'll talk with him tomorrow at 8. Lou DiBiase coming up this morning at 8 o'clock here on WGR.
What do you think the most, what holiday do you think benefits the most from being on a Friday, Saturday sort of prime time day?
Excellent question. Because I don't think Christmas works for that.
Yeah, Christmas is its own sort. It's a week-long event.
And Christmas is most people get off, multiple days around Christmas. So if you get the Friday off, you feel like maybe you are punting on a day of the week you might get off on a Saturday, opposed to if Christmas is on a Thursday, no one's working on that Friday, right?
No.
Or if you are, everyone knows, mail it in today. Mail it in, it's the 26th.
I think that's the same with like New Year's Day as well, right? Like that's everyone gets New Year's Eve and New Year's Day off. I feel
not everyone gets New Year's Eve off, right?
No,
New Year's
actually,
Day, New Year's Day though, everybody gets off.
That's true.
I'm pretty sure.
So maybe that's actually better to be on a Friday then.
New Year's Day?
Yeah.
No, that you wouldn't want on a Friday, right? Because I guess why is it different though?
Yeah.
What is as Josh is pointing this out? Why is that different than the 4th of July or Halloween? The difference would be that the 4th of July you're outside more and Halloween is more at night.
Right.
That's the thing. Halloween, the activities are usually at night. Halloween party or trick-or-treating, although it usually ends by, 9? Yeah. And then 4th of July, you get fireworks at night. New Year's Day is just, sleep in and recover, and you're probably going to bed early.
Right.
So I'm more ready for the next day.
Exactly.
So that one I might be more inclined to have it in the middle of the week. Halloween and 4th of July, I think, are the two biggest ones. And I had the thought yesterday of, I wonder if that starts happening and the Sabres season gets off to a really rough start, which I don't think is impossible. If the owner or just the team in general would just be inclined to say, this is going down the tube anyway. Let's just kind of punt on this season a little bit. Maybe that's when they would trade Bo Byram for a first-round pick and just stack draft pile assets. The reason I don't think that's probably realistic is because the Sabres don't have a second guy now. When they tanked 10 years ago, it was, okay, if we don't get the all-time great prospect, our consolation prize is we're still getting an amazing elite number 1 center. And I don't know enough about next year's draft to tell you if there's a second guy, but I haven't heard about a second guy. And I don't think you're punting on the season for just, 18% of one player?
Yeah, I don't think. I think that's the allure of that 2015 season was that there were 2 prizes to go get, and you were guaranteed one of them if you were bad enough. And now you don't have that same guarantee of even picking second overall because of what happened in that season. Right? They changed the lottery rules, so now you can move around all over the board. So there's that, and then there's also just the reality of what this is here and what that would look like here. And I think
it would be a tough
would be catastrophic and probably be the end of a lot of people. It'd be the end of the rope for a lot of people, I think, if they were to make a conscious decision to say, we kind of think this is where this is going anyways, so let's nudge it along. I think any movement towards that, I think people here are done and would not be able to reconcile with that, no matter how good McKenna is and no matter how good Penn State is with McKenna.
Welcome back. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Jeremy's off today. Got some golf in yesterday. We talked about this last week. I have decided, remember our gimme conversation about giving gimmies to yourself? I think I've decided I'm off gimmies to yourself completely.
Well, that's funny you mentioned that. I don't know if I think my dad told this story on his show, but he had a really good round last week. Had on one of the holes, great shot, flubbed a chip, and then stuck a wedge close. Had like a 2-foot putt for par.
Yep.
He was like even par at the time, playing really well.
Yeah.
On like 14. Jacks the 2-footer because there's nobody there to give it to him, and he was brokenhearted. He's like, I can't give myself the gimme, and I think both me and you, and now he has also joined the train of self gimmies are they're not real, not to be trusted.
My arrival at this too though is like now that I'm playing. This is only the second year I've done this, playing with like a real handicap. And, you play in your club's tournament, like with Tri-County. I've got my member guest next week. And it's, when you play in those, you're not as mad when you miss or post, especially when it's coming up.
Right.
When you post a little bit of a higher score because then, you're getting your strokes. Don't be sandbagging out there. But, like, it's, you put them out, and you're probably throwing on an extra stroke or 2 or 3 over the course of a round.
At least.
See, I don't like that feeling, though, of like, I missed it. Well, at least I get a stroke in this tournament coming up.
It feels gross.
I don't like that.
I disagree there, I think. I don't like that feel. I don't like feeling good about missing and then being rewarded for being bad at a later point.
I still don't know how I feel about golf handicap life on this. I did have the recommendation. We have our the new NCAA game is out.
Yes.
Like this year's NCAA game. And a bunch of buddies, we've played in like our own dynasty league, for a whole year now. We've played a bunch of seasons. So we kind of have an idea of how good everybody is.
Right.
So we're in the process of picking what team we start with in the new game. And thinking about golf and how handicaps work, I'm like, why don't we have a handicap system for NCAA? Like, hey, Ryan is the best. He should have to play with a MAC team while, this guy might be, on the lower end of the totem pole, so he gets to pick a team out of the SEC.
Right.
That didn't fly.
No. I think that
didn't go well.
Golf's one of the few places where you can be bad at it and people accept I'm so bad that you're going to let me.
I'm going to give you a head start.
Right. I'm letting you get jump on it.
Is it the only thing like that?
That's a really good question.
Like if you're in a bowling league,
you're not
there's no bowling handicap where you get an extra.
You're not taking 2 pins out early.
You get an extra pin per frame.
Right.
Shouldn't you have that though? Why shouldn't we have that?
It's a good point.
Why shouldn't in bowling leagues we have bowling handicaps where, if I average 100 and this guy averages a 250, I get 2 pins per frame.
I like.
Is that crazy? And you could have that set up where there's only 8 pins standing at the end beforehand.
The computer will do it for you.
Kind of like this idea, unless it already exists.
We got to workshop this, Joe.
We got to take a break. By the way, Kenny did write in that if you are looking to go see Gavin McKenna play for Penn State, who's going to be the number 1 overall pick, they are scheduled to play at RIT in Rochester on January 3rd. So there's an option for you. 8030550 is the phone number. How did Patrick Mahomes get disrespected by 2 different people on 2 very different ways? Tell you when we come back here on WGR. He has the Bills ranked at number 28. Just one guy's opinion. He does this every year. Last year, he had the Bills at number 24. The year prior, he had the Bills at number 20. This year, Barnwell ranks the Bills as having the 28th best group of skill position players in the NFL. And he writes about Shakir being, the best player on that offense outside of Josh Allen, and James Cook, I guess the best pass catcher on that offense. And he writes about how Keon Coleman failed to establish a consistent role in the lineup and how he only had 3 catches on 46 routes in the postseason, which when you see it put like that, Curtis Samuel was anonymous. Dalton Kincaid failed to top 55 receiving yards in a single game, and that Matt Collins was the guy that exceeded expectations, and he is now gone. So he lands on number 28. And while even I would have them higher than that, I don't think it is offensive for them to be that low with the group that they have. The group, there are going to be people that look at that group on paper and say, what really is going on there? Who do you have that is like a real, true difference maker outside of... They have 2, and maybe this is why they should be higher than 28th. Your running back is really good, and your slot receiver is really, really good. And everything else around that is a bit of a question mark, but you've got 2 solidified good players at their position, and there's only, there's only going to be 5 skill position players out there on the field at once. Who would be, maybe you'd be offended by the teams that are above them. The Jets are 1 spot above them at the skill position player group. The Giants are a spot above that at 26. The Bears, the Saints. He is the Bills ranked at number 28. Just one guy's opinion. He does this every year. Last year, he had the Bills at number 24. The year prior, he had the Bills at number 20. This year, Barnwell ranks the Bills as having the 28th best group of skill position players in the NFL. And he writes about Shakir being, the best player on that offense outside of Josh Allen, and James Cook, I guess the best pass catcher on that offense. And he writes about how Keon Coleman failed to establish a consistent role in the lineup and how he only had 3 catches on 46 routes in the postseason, which when you see it put like that, Curtis Samuel was anonymous. Dalton Kincaid failed to top 55 receiving yards in a single game, and that Matt Collins was the guy that exceeded expectations, and he is now gone. So he lands on number 28. And while even I would have them higher than that, I don't think it is offensive for them to be that low with the group that they have. The group, there are going to be people that look at that group on paper and say, what really is going on there? Who do you have that is like a real, true difference maker outside of... They have 2, and maybe this is why they should be higher than 28th. Your running back is really good, and your slot receiver is really, really good. And everything else around that is a bit of a question mark, but you've got 2 solidified good players at their position, and there's only, there's only going to be 5 skill position players out there on the field at once. Who would be, maybe you'd be offended by the teams that are above them. The Jets are 1 spot above them at the skill position player group. The Giants are a spot above that at 26. The Bears, the Saints,
Good morning. The NHL will be lockout free until 2030. Yesterday, the NHL and the NHLPA both ratified a new 4-year CBA a year ahead of schedule. The current CBA won't end until the end of next season, meaning the new agreements won't kick in until the 2026-27 season. But the biggest changes coming to the new CBA include an 84-game season, shortening the length of max contracts to 7 years, and the NHL's commitment to be part of the Olympic Games in 2026 and in 2030. In the NFL, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reported yesterday that the Cincinnati Bengals and defensive end Trey Hendrickson have resumed contract talks. It's been a heated offseason so far between the two sides as Hendrickson enters the final year of his current contract. Fowler reports that Hendrickson wants more long-term security on the next contract and is even prepared to miss some time if necessary to get a deal done. Wimbledon enters the second day of the quarterfinal matchups. World number 1 Jannik Sinner set to take on number 10 ranked Ben Shelton this morning at 9:30, and at 10 a.m. number 6 ranked Novak Djokovic takes on number 22 ranked Flavio Coballi. In baseball last night, the Blue Jays continue their winning ways, winning their 10th straight game, beating the Chicago White Sox 6-1. The New York Yankees won last night, brutally beating the Seattle Mariners 10-3, and the New York Mets rallied late to take down the Baltimore Orioles 7-6 in extra innings. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Meanwhile, vacation photos are popping up of Patrick Mahomes, and he's fat. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment. You're a $500 million quarterback. You've made all these comments in the offseason that we're going to do our talking on the field. We got our butts kicked in the Super Bowl. We're coming back with a vengeance. Dude, you're fat. Your belly would be fat at my pool, hanging out with us, 60-year-olds, okay? My skin's flabbier than yours. I get it. Stop. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something. Yeah, I'm sure he's worked out and strengthened his arm and he's done all kinds of different things, quarterback things, but there's no training to this man. I don't understand it. He's not a kid anymore.
Whoo, Kevin Keatsman, radio host, morning radio host in Kansas City, 95.7, just woke up on July 8th deciding, you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to go scorched earth on Patrick Mahomes. This is a person who is on the air in Kansas City, not Cincinnati or here or, and the other places Kansas City's beaten, which is a lot of them. He's calling him out for having a dad bod. If that's even true, I haven't seen these photos he's talking about. I did see a comment about Mahomes saying he doesn't eat well. And that's what he's jumping on. But to call him an embarrassment, holy cow. Listen, when Josh Allen a couple years ago went on with what was it? Was it Bussin' with the Boys? What was the one? Is that the Taylor Lewan podcast? And Josh Allen talked about being in line late at night for fast food. Like nobody went after him for that, and he doesn't even have Super Bowls. Mahomes has 3 in his own market there, at least one person in his own market, calling him an embarrassment. Is that a greater level of disrespect than the Warren Sharp rankings from yesterday that I'm about to get to? It probably is, right? There's no greater level of disrespect, I think, than calling you out for not training, for eating poorly. I did see a follow-up from Keitzman. I think that's how you pronounce the last name, Keitzman. He tweeted after the fact a defense of his commentary, which is, it's all in the context of chasing down Tom Brady. He talks about Tom Brady a little bit later in that segment on how Brady, what did Brady do? Brady didn't drink beer. Brady didn't eat strawberries, or the dude wouldn't put any, very calculated in his 30s and into his 40s on his nutrition and his workout and whatever. And he's comparing him to Brady because he wants Mahomes to chase down Brady as the GOAT. And he compared Mahomes instead to going down the path of Ben Roethlisberger, who I don't think he made it any better. I think he was trying to add context to defend his position, to say, guys, this is not that big a deal. This is not a big hot take. And then he compared him to Ben Roethlisberger, who I think everybody kind of knows got really out of shape at the end of his career. Like, really out of shape. And said he doesn't want him to become that, a guy who won big as a young player and then just got big, is his commentary on that.
This just proves that Chiefs fans are spoiled. Like, just take away Mahomes for a year and see how you feel. Take him away. See what happens.
Spoiled is one way to put it, or I don't know what to make of that story, because I don't think Chiefs fans in general are mad at Patrick Mahomes because he's out of shape and he's not taking this seriously or blaming his last 2 years on it, right? Like, his last 2 years, I brought up the stats on Monday. He's 24th in the league in passer rating and 25th in yards per attempt in the last 2 seasons combined. Like, he's not been a very efficient quarterback for 2 years now. I attribute that more to the pieces around him, though. He's had a poor offensive line. He hasn't had the greatest run game. He hasn't had the greatest receivers, as being a bigger reason for that. Although Josh Allen has had some of those issues and still won MVP. But to come after him on nutrition and training, yeah, is it spoiled? What it is they're just focusing on Brady. Is that what it is? They're focused on Brady. They're chasing ghosts. That LeBron said that once upon a time after he won his third title in Miami, or maybe it was the one he won against Golden State. At some point, he made a comment about, maybe it was after he won his third with the Heat, or second with the Heat, about chasing ghosts. That, like, the league, he almost felt like he was above the league at some point because he'd done so much winning and he made the finals like 10 years in a row, and he was chasing Jordan, is what he was saying. And maybe that's the attitude Kansas City has right now. They have beaten the Bills 4 times. I wouldn't be offended if they didn't take the Bills as a threat seriously. I think the Bills are going to beat them this year in the regular season, and I tend to think they won't meet in the playoffs, and the Bills will go further than them. But I would completely understand why a Chiefs fan wouldn't be worried about them. I understand why they wouldn't be worried about the Ravens. They've beaten them in the playoffs, big games, big spots. The Bengals would be the team that you might still respect because that's the one team that has beaten you, and they are kind of down, and they're not really paying money to their team, and the defense looks like it's terrible, and who knows if they'll even make the playoffs. So what are their sights on? Their sights probably are on Mahomes catching Brady and Andy Reid catching Belichick, right? Is this a little window into how they view things, that they're not viewing them as it's us against the Ravens, it's us against the Bills. It's us against the Patriots dynasty. That's who they're competing with. I know if I were there, that's how I would be thinking. It's hard to put yourself in those shoes, though, when you don't really know what it would be like to have won 3.
Would that mindset be different if they had beaten Brady the year the Bucs won the Super Bowl?
Yeah, that's always going to be, sure, yeah. I mean, lost to Brady in the AFC Championship game and then in the Super Bowl. So Brady has beaten Mahomes and the Chiefs twice in big playoff spots, and he did it in his 40s. But either way, like, I don't think that would stop you from thinking there's still an avenue for Mahomes to pass him. And that is the whole source of this insane take by this guy. That's the source of it, is he's even saying, I want you to catch Brady. That's why I'm coming after you on your training and your weight, because you're becoming Ben Roethlisberger. I don't know. It is a crazy, crazy take. That I think is the greater Mahomes disrespect from yesterday. Here's the one that I am more here for, because I'm not into the body shaming of it and whatever. It's over the line. you could say. The guy's going to get crucified for the next 24 hours, so don't need me to say it. Mahomes on Warren Sharp's quarterback tiers last night. Warren Sharp looking at based on expected performance in 2025, and he goes into all 38 quarterbacks that he could see starting this season. Because a lot of Browns quarterbacks, a couple of Saints quarterbacks, a couple of Colts quarterbacks, how you get to 38. So he's got an S plus tier, which I guess is superstar plus, an A plus tier, A, B, C, D, F. His superstar plus tier, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, and Jaden Daniels. Done. No Patrick Mahomes, no Joe Burrow. They are in the next tier, A+. So now this is a more debatable and friendly conversation about Mahomes being disrespected than the previous one. His being in the A+ tier. I think what is kind of easy to see, though, when you look at this list immediately, is the value that Warren is putting into the ability to run and what you can create from a pass play, but also what you can create from a run play. Mahomes and Burrow to a lesser extent can extend pass plays and they can run a little bit of a rushing threat. Mahomes a little bit more than Burrow. But neither one of those guys is taking off on 4th and 1 the way Josh Allen did against the Chiefs when the play call was wrong and Spagnuolo had disguised, I think it was man coverage for zone coverage on that 4th and 1, and the Bills thought that there was man coming, and Josh took off anyway, and not only got the first down, ran through their secondary and got the touchdown. In that same instance where play call's wrong, Mahomes or Burrow might make a quick pass, might extend the play a little bit, and throw the ball and get a first. Neither one of them are scoring a touchdown on that play. At least not by running. And that could be the big difference here, because I don't know how you get to Jalen Hurts being above Mahomes or Burrow. I know he won the Super Bowl, and he has performed really well in the Super Bowl. But if it's not for the rushing, I don't think you can argue realistically. See, my brother says about this at 8 o'clock, Lockdown Eagles. I don't think there's a real argument that Jalen Hurts is as good as Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. I don't think there is. Daniels, that's a tough one because it's just so new. The argument on Burrow or Mahomes would just be that they've gone farther, that they have accomplished more. And that's not usually how I would do it. I would do it based on just how good were you. I don't care about, if your team won when you weren't performing at your best, which I feel like has been a few of these Kansas City playoff games in the last couple of years. Jackson and Allen, it's definitive. They have been more efficient. They have been more dangerous. They have not turned the ball over as much in the last 2 seasons as Mahomes has. So here's another recognition of that. But then with Burrow on that same tier, that's where I kind of, you lose me a little bit, because Burrow just had a statistical season. And if we're going by the regular season production and a little bit of the playoff production as well, Jackson's let you down a little bit. Burrow's going to the Super Bowl. So I know he's saying, though, expected production in 2025 is the basis of this. But what would Burrow's expected production be? Because his defense still, I think, is going to be really bad. And that led to last year his leading the league in completions, passing yards, passing touchdowns, yards per game. He was great. He put up monster numbers. Why is that going to be any different this year? Doesn't mean they'll win. Doesn't mean they will win the division. Doesn't mean they'll even make the playoffs. But why is he not going to put up video game numbers this year passing the ball? I don't think their defense got much better. So Burrow being on the same tier as Mahomes, that's where I kind of concluded has to be about the rushing. And he writes about that a little bit. What he writes about Josh Allen, if you're interested, Warren Sharp, is that over 5% of his passes have been touchdowns for 5 straight seasons. Josh Allen is the only quarterback in the NFL who can make that claim. Top 2 in total on-field production for 5 straight seasons. Last year, he posted his best season since 2020 in yards per attempt, yards per completion, interception rate, sack rate. And he ran for 531 yards and 12 touchdowns. That's what Warren's got on Josh Allen. When you get to Mahomes, 2024 featured career lows, kind of the opposite of Allen for this. Career lows in yards per attempt, yards per game, career low 26 passing touchdowns, career high 30% of passes thrown behind the line of scrimmage, career high 36 sacks taken, 108 hits taken. It's a tough year. Statistically, it was a tough year. Does this make it all the more frustrating that Mahomes got to the Super Bowl? Burrow put up crazy passing numbers. Allen was as efficient as he ever has been. Jackson put up bigger numbers than both of them. He had the passing and the rushing combined. And Mahomes had career worst numbers. Career lows at all of these different important categories. And he waltzed right into the Super Bowl. Anyways, connects to a conversation we had earlier in the week about the 1 seed. It really helps when you only had to beat the Bills. You got no week 1 opponent, and you got to play Houston in week 2. That was the luck of getting the 1 seed and then capitalizing on the ease of the path. And the Bills just, we could dive back into that game. Is this a crazy idea? We were 2 weeks away from training camp. I thought about doing this yesterday. Maybe I'll do it tonight. Thought about just watching that whole game back. Owen just made a face. Do you think it's a poor idea? And watch the whole Bills-Chiefs AFC Championship game back. Got to learn something, right? What do we remember? We remember a lot about the last drive of that game. We remember the QB sneak. We remember James Cook scoring one of the most incredible touchdowns I've ever seen.
I remember being in here to do the post-game stream. And that touchdown happening, the Cook touchdown happening, and thinking, this is... I've never felt this way ever about my sports team. I've never felt this excited about it. And then just the immediate... It was a heavy night in here.
I remember it feeling like it was getting away from them. And then when Allen threw a perfect pass to Mac Hollins at the end of the first half for a touchdown, and he was not open.
No.
It was a rainbow over the top right in Hollins' hands. When he threw that pass, I thought, all right, this is the legacy game for him. Right. And he's had those, and they've lost him anyway.
Yeah.
And he was good. Even great, but just, it always ends up finding a way to not go their way. 803-0550 is the phone number. Speaking of Joe Burrow and quarterback rankings, the new quarterback documentary that came out, it's making me like Burrow a little bit more. There's a clip circulating from it. I think it's in the second episode. This is quarterback on Netflix with Burrow, Jared Goff, and Kirk Cousins. I want to play the clip of Burrow when we come back. He comes off as this calm, cool, collected guy. It reminded me of the McDavid clip last year from the Amazon documentary. There's so many of these on the NHL, where McDavid, who's always so quiet and, doesn't come off as this loud, rah-rah guy. There's a clip of him in the Stanley Cup final screaming at his teammates, screaming at them, top of his lungs. And here's Joe Burrow, who I also wouldn't have thought of in a way of, this dude is, psycho competitor. There's a clip of him in the Titans game last year where it's wow, this guy is, he's taking a win hard. Play that for you when we come back here on WGR. And I had the thought yesterday of, I wonder if that starts happening and the Sabres season gets off to a really rough start, which I don't think is impossible, if the owner or just the team in general would just be inclined to say, this is going down the tube anyway. Let's just kind of punt on this season a little bit. Maybe that's when they would trade Bo Byram for a first-round pick and just stack draft pile assets. The reason I don't think that's probably realistic is because the Sabres don't have a second guy now. When they tanked 10 years ago, it was, okay, if we don't get the all-time great prospect, our consolation prize is we're still getting an amazing elite number one center. And I don't know enough about next year's draft to tell you if there's a second guy, but I haven't heard about a second guy. And I don't think you're punting on the season for just, 18% of one player?
Yeah, I don't think. I think that's the allure of that 2015 season was that there were two prizes to go get, and you were guaranteed one of them if you were bad enough. And now you don't have that same guarantee of even picking second overall because of what happened in that season. Right? They changed the lottery rules, so now you can move around all over the board. So there's that, and then there's also just the reality of what this is here and what that would look like here. And I think
it would be a tough
would be catastrophic and probably be the end of a lot of people. It'd be the end of the rope for a lot of people, I think, if they were to make a conscious decision to say, we kind of think this is where this is going anyways, so let's nudge it along. I think any movement towards that, I think people here are done and would not be able to reconcile with that, no matter how good McKenna is and no matter how good Penn State is with McKenna.
He has the Bills ranked at number 28. Just one guy's opinion. He does this every year. Last year, he had the Bills at number 24. The year prior, he had the Bills at number 20. This year, Barnwell ranks the Bills as having the 28th best group of skill position players in the NFL. And he writes about Shakir being, the best player on that offense outside of Josh Allen and James Cook, I guess the best pass catcher on that offense. And he writes about how Keon Coleman failed to establish a consistent role in the lineup and how he only had 3 catches on 46 routes in the postseason, which when you see it put like that, Curtis Samuel was anonymous. Dalton Kincaid failed to top 55 receiving yards in a single game, and that Matt Collins was the guy that exceeded expectations, and he is now gone. So he lands on number 28. And while even I would have them higher than that, I don't think it is offensive for them to be that low with the group that they have. There are going to be people that look at that group on paper and say, what really is going on there? Who do you have that is like a real, true difference maker outside of... They have 2, and maybe this is why they should be higher than 28th. Your running back is really good, and your slot receiver is really, really good. And everything else around that is a bit of a question mark, but you've got 2 solidified good players at their position. And there's only, it's only going to be 5 skill position players out there on the field at once. Who would be, maybe you'd be offended by the teams that are above them. The Jets are 1 spot above them at the skill position player group. The Giants are a spot above that at 26. The Bears, the Saints,
The NHL and NHLPA agreed on a new collective bargaining agreement that will keep the NHL lockout free until 2030. The two sides agreed to the deal yesterday. It's a 4-year deal that kicks in at the end of next season. Some big changes coming in the new one as well, with 84-game season on the horizon, as well as commitment to the Olympic Games in 2026 and 2030. In the NFL, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reported yesterday that the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson have recently resumed contract talks. It's been a heated offseason so far. Hendrickson is entering the final year of his current contract and is looking for some long-term security, but the Bengals have not given it to him as of yet. Wimbledon enters the second day of quarterfinal matchups in just about an hour. World number 1 Jannik Sinner will take on number 10 Ben Shelton, and also at 10 a.m. number 6 ranked Novak Djokovic will take on number 22 ranked Flavio Cabali. And the Toronto Blue Jays continued their winning ways last night, winning their 10th straight game, beating the Chicago White Sox 6-1. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
The penalty train rolls on.
What the are we doing, man? Wake the up! Mental mistakes all day.
Way to finish the day. That's a great drive to finish it. I know it's a frustrating,
embarrassing performance by us. Embarrassing.
Listen, we'll address it. But at the same time, let's enjoy some wins again.
We sucked today. That was embarrassing. Okay. We jumped off sides 8 times.
I know that. Okay. Plays our defense.
I understand that we won the game and we want to be happy that we win the game, but at the same time, when things aren't good enough, I'm not going to act like they were.
That is Joe Burrow. Little window into what he's like, which is they won a game on the road against Tennessee. His coach, they apparently had taken a bunch of penalties, very sloppy game. And this is from the quarterback documentary on Netflix. His coach, Zach Taylor, comes over to him to be like, hey, way to battle through it type of message. And Burrow is just laying into him. Like, no, we shouldn't accept that. And, like, that was a terrible game. Like, treated almost like a loss. And there were two takeaways for me. One, I like that kind of stuff from these athletes and these competitors because that is the stuff you don't get to see. That's the stuff you don't hear in the press conference. Because what will Burrow do? He'll go up in the press conference and he'll say they played well and, he'll cover all that up. He won't tell you what he's really thinking, which is, I think we stunk today. Unless I'm wrong. Maybe Burrow said in that press conference, something different. That was a window into what he's really like. And so I like that. But the other thing I thought about the Bengals is if that's Joe Burrow's standard, not only getting wins, getting ugly wins, not being satisfactory, if that's how he is in a game like that, what is his attitude when he sees his team not putting in all the resources that it could be to winning the Super Bowl? Because it would strike me that if he's upset like that after his team doesn't perform well in a win, then when his team is kind of, putting in a cheap effort to keeping some of their star players, I think he would, tear up an office, maybe. And right now, Cincinnati, we talked a little bit about them last segment because Burrow and Warren Sharp's rankings is on the second tier. I might put him on the first tier. But he has a team that finally did pay Chase and Higgins, and they have some consequences for that. Like the cap hit on Higgins is a lot higher than it really should be because they waited so long, and the way they structured it isn't the way like the Bills structure things, which is you get that cap hit really low right away and you spread the money out so you can get rid of it in a couple of years if it doesn't go well. The Bengals are paying all this money up front. Like, it's just very strange. Not only is their defense expected to be poor this year again, Football Insights put together a composite ranking, which is like a combination of PFF and FTN and Warren Sharp's site, Sharp Football Analysis. Put them all together for offensive line. Who's got the best offensive lines in the NFL? Who's got the worst? The Bills, if you're interested, according to this, have the 6th best offensive line in football. Only behind Minnesota, Detroit, Tampa, Denver, and Philadelphia. 2nd worst offensive line in football, according to this, the Bengals. Bad defense, terrible offensive line. And if they miss the playoffs again, or, they just go out really quickly, or maybe they make the playoffs and it just doesn't look good. Burrow, I wonder how aggressive he would be with the owner or the general manager. We see right there, he's very willing to be that way with his head coach. But is he willing to be like that with anybody above that? Because he's got power, he's got leverage. He's got a contract, but he is the whole franchise right now. And he's on a team that does not take it as seriously as his peers. Lamar Jackson's Ravens, Josh Allen's Bills, and Patrick Mahomes' Chiefs. Those 3 all take this seriously. They put everything into it. Whether it's the staffs or whether it's the cap dollars or whether it's total cash. The Bills have been near the top of the league in just total cash spent year after year after year. And it's trading for pieces and building good defenses. And all 3, the Ravens are a little bit down on this right now. Actually, where are they in this ranking? But for offensive line play, the Bills and the Chiefs have done a very good job of building offensive lines around their guys until last year. I mean, Kansas City took a step back last season, but they had put in resources into it before. The Bills have done the best job. The trenches, the defense, the coaching staffs, they've taken it seriously, and Cincinnati just doesn't feel like it's the same. There's a lot of evidence that points to it's not. They're going through right now with 2 players on their defense, Trey Hendrickson and their first-round rookie, Shamar Stewart. Nothing. Are they going to be there? Are they going to be at camp? Are they going to be playing in the regular season? It doesn't feel like a serious franchise. It feels like an unserious franchise that lucked into an awesome quarterback who is great, who is savvy, who is a leader, who might not stand for this type of stuff. But for now, I mean, he has, right? But he got his team to at least pay the 2 wide receivers. The Bengals right now, I still do, with all that being said, do consider them a real threat. Like a real threat, even if the defense is bad. Last year, watching that documentary and being reminded of some of the things that happened in their season, they missed the playoffs by 1 game. I saw a little of how on earth did a Joe Burrow team like that last year find a way to miss the playoffs? And the answer is not just that their defense was terrible. It's they got so close so many times to winning games and just felt a little bit short. Week 1, that was the game in the first episode that I watched yesterday. The Bengals play the Patriots, and they're not playing well. It's a low-scoring game. It's a bad Patriots team. But Burrow throws a perfect pass to Mike Gesicki in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. Would have gave him the lead. And they call it a touchdown on the field. They go to review, and they see, the ball just bobbled out of his hands as he hit the sideline. Didn't complete the process of the catch. That's incomplete. All right, they come back on the field. They're down. Let's run it back. Burrow, they're on maybe the 10. Burrow throws it to the backup tight end, Tanner Hudson, at like the 5. And he is running into the end zone to take the lead. They lose this game 16-10. He's running into the end zone, and just before he crosses the goal line, pop. Punch to the ball out, recovered by New England, and they take it back like 20 yards the other way. not even a full yard away from walking into the end zone for the lead. And that's how they lose week 1. If that guy, Hudson, is one step further ahead, they score a touchdown and they probably make the playoffs. Again, they missed by 1 game. They lose to the Ravens last year in overtime by a field goal. That's another one that could have gone easily the other direction. And then there's another Baltimore game a couple weeks later where they go for 2. At the end, it's 35-34, last play of the game, and what do? They don't kick the field goal to go to overtime. They just lost the Ravens in overtime. They go this time for, all right, let's go for 2. And they don't get it, and bang, they lose the game. They lost to the Chiefs on that stupid penalty at the end where Kansas City had 4th and long, game on the line, falls incomplete, refs throw a flag, first down Chiefs, they win it. That's 4 games right there that all easily, with like the littlest flip, could have gone the other direction, and that Bengals team with Joe Burrow, with a horrible defense, would have still made the playoffs. So, I don't think their defense got any better. I think their defense is still terrible. That's why I would pick the Bills to beat them. But I definitely look at them as a real threat because I think they got unlucky last year as much as their defense let them down. 803-0550 is the phone number. Lou DiBiase, Locked On Eagles, coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll talk about Philadelphia, the Week 17 opponent of the Bills. Jump ahead a little bit on them. And then in a little bit, we'll get down to the Carolina matchup. Week 8, that'll be at 9 o'clock with Kyle Bailey, with the Panthers being, a little bit of a sparky-looking team this year. A little bit of a comeback last year with Bryce Young. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. This is WGR. Barnwell writing about Matt Collins being gone, Josh Palmer coming in, and Elijah Moore coming in, and he doesn't mention Amari Cooper. I still believe wholeheartedly that Moore and Palmer are a better combo than Cooper and Hollins were. So I think they have upgraded at that area. But when you look back at last year's offense, if you need Kincaid or Coleman to take a big step forward, that means inherently that you think there's another area of that offense that is going to take a step back. And then the improvement from one of your young playmakers is going to make up for that so that they are still one of the top scoring offenses in the league. And I don't mean like 7th or 8th. I mean like 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. For them, that's the bar. And for me, there is an area that I expect them to regress in, and that is going to be fumbles and maybe interceptions. I don't think it's going to be sacks, but those negative plays, especially the turnovers, they were as good last year as any team ever. They lost something like 2 fumbles all year long. Allen not turning the ball over at a rate that is going to be tough for him to repeat. I think that's the more probable thing to stay. 6 interceptions last year. I could see him throwing only 6 interceptions again. Probably would bet a little bit higher, but that's not out of the realm of possibility. I feel like 2 fumbles again. It's out of the realm of possibility. There's no way they're repeating that. And if you add the league average, I heard Chopin Bulldog say this yesterday, the league average was 8.5, or roughly is 8.5 fumbles per year for a team. And if it's even 6, 7, those 4 or 5 fumbles might not sound like a lot, but that could be the difference between, that could be 35 points over the course of a year, and instead of averaging 30 points a game, now you're averaging 26. And I had the thought yesterday of, I wonder if that starts happening and the Sabres season gets off to a really rough start, which I don't think is impossible, if the owner or just the team in general would just be inclined to say, this is going down the tube anyway. Let's just kind of punt on this season a little bit. Maybe that's when they would trade Bo Byram for a first-round pick and just stack draft pile assets. The reason I don't think that's probably realistic is because the Sabres don't have a second guy now. When they tanked 10 years ago, it was, okay, if we don't get the all-time great prospect, our consolation prize is we're still getting an amazing elite number 1 center. And I don't know enough about next year's draft to tell you if there's a second guy, but I haven't heard about a second guy. And I don't think you're punting on the season for just, 18% of one player?
Yeah, I don't think. I think that's the allure of that 2015 season was that there were 2 prizes to go get, and you were guaranteed one of them if you were bad enough. And now you don't have that same guarantee of even picking second overall because of what happened in that season. Right? They changed the lottery rules, so now you can move around all over the board. So there's that, and then there's also just the reality of what this is here and what that would look like here. And I think
it would be a tough
that look. Would be catastrophic and probably be the end of a lot of people. It'd be the end of the rope for a lot of people, I think, if they were to make a conscious decision to say, we kind of think this is where this is going anyways, so let's nudge it along. I think any movement towards that, I think people here are done and would not
Instant trivia.
Be able to reconcile.
Was just playing around with looking at Burrow's numbers versus Allen in the last 5 years since Burrow entered the league. Josh and Owen, can you guys give me the 8 quarterbacks that have thrown for 18,000 yards in the last 5 years? There are only 8 of them.
Okay. Josh.
He's number 2.
Mahomes.
Number 1.
Burrow.
Number 5. Even though Burrow's missed games.
Yeah.
Like, that's the other thing I've really discovered here is that Burrow, he's missed a lot more games, especially than Allen and Mahomes.
Yeah,
and he's still, the yardage, I mean, really, it's the defense has been bad. That's why he's put up so much yardage.
Yeah. Is Cousins in there?
Cousins is in there.
Hurts?
He's number 6. Hurts is 16th.
Yeah.
Ooh. He's only thrown for 14,000. There's just not a lot of passing volume.
Yeah, he just doesn't do volume there.
Yeah. What about Baker?
Baker just misses.
Oh,
in fact, he's the first out. He's at 17,200.
Man.
All right, so where are we at here? Am I missing anybody easy,
so we got
Josh?
1, 2, 4, and 6.
1, 2, 5.
5. Okay.
Burrow is 5.
Oh, Matt Stafford?
Matt Stafford is 7th with 18,700.
Goff in there?
Goff is number 4. Yep. 20,800. He's one of the only 4 to get to 20,000.
Okay.
Who would be 3?
That's a good question. I feel like we're missing. Brock Purdy.
No on Brock Purdy. I don't think he played enough yet.
He hasn't played enough yet.
Yeah, because it's only 3 years for Purdy.
Right.
He's at 9,000.
Yeah.
He's halfway there.
There's no way Russell Wilson's in this, right?
Nope, 16,000.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure.
Oh, Rodgers.
No. 16,000.
Wow.
Lower passer
that
volume.
feels stunning to me.
Lower passer
even,
volume.
He's been bad the last couple of years, but he was unbelievable in Green Bay when he was still there.
He also, remember, missed the whole whole Jets year.
That's what it is.
Dak Prescott.
Dak.
No.
Wow.
Dak's missed games.
Who are we missing here? There's got to be somebody really obvious.
Yeah, you're missing number 3.
Yeah, 3
and
is
number 8, and I think that's it.
me.
Number 3, 21,000 yards. It's only 190 behind Josh Allen for number 2.
Tua's missed too much time.
Tua's missed too many games.
Lamar?
Lamar, no. 15,000. Not enough volume.
Again, yeah. The volume is
this guy set records for the most passing yards when he entered the league. First 2-3 years, whatever it is, most yards ever.
There's probably people screaming at their radios right now trying to figure this out. I got to look at the divisions to just
It's nobody it's nobody in the East.
No. Can't be.
Broke passing records when they got in the league.
For
like a rookie.
For a rookie, I think this person has the record most passing yards in his first 3 seasons.
I don't know if this is it, but I think he might be on this list. Justin Herbert.
Yeah, Herbert's number 3.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
21,093. And then number 8 is tough. 18,400 yards.
Is this a vet guy?
Yes. It's not Mayfield. You've guessed him. It's not Wilson. It's not Rodgers. It's not Lamar. It's not Dak. It's not Tua. It's not Hurts. You got almost every name after this list.
Right. Good job, us.
But not this guy.
Darnold?
Nope. Freshly retired.
Freshly retired.
Fresh. Like 2 months ago, fresh?
Fresh.
Who retired 2 months ago that you're thinking?
I'm thinking of Derek Carr, but I don't. That's not an official guess. I don't think he would have anywhere near.
We're not
that.
limited.
Aren't you skeptical of Derek Carr?
It is.
Is it
Derek
really?
Carr, 18,000.
Oh, come on, Josh.
I don't know.
You said the name, and I was like, "That's probably right."
Derek Carr.
But he's the only guy that's just recently retired. But I just didn't think it's the same thing with the other guys. The passing volume of is it there on those terrible teams he's been on?
You wouldn't think he would have the volume to do it, but I mean, they're so bad that he's down enough probably that he's throwing the ball around.
He had 2 big years with the Raiders, 4,800 yards in 2021.
There were a couple years where
that really helped get him there.
Derek Carr is better than you think Derek Carr is.
Right. He was on bad teams, so he's just looked at as a terrible quarterback, but he was actually pretty good.
Aren't you skeptical of the guy that says, how fresh? And you're like, fresh.
Well, yeah. I mean,
you go to the fish market and, it says fresh cod. How fresh?
Right.
Fresh. They won't tell you how fresh.
That made me go Phil Rivers? What?
Right, yeah, because
fresh made me think way older.
Is fresh this offseason or is it,
No, the next closest guy that's retired would be Brady. Brady's at 14,600 in the last 5 years, but didn't get there.
And he's been retired for 2 years.
Most yards per game in the last 5 years.
No.
Highest yards per game in the NFL. It goes Brady number 1, Mahomes number 2.
He was slinging it for Tampa. Man.
Yeah, 292 yards a game. When we come back, let's keep rolling through some of the Bills' opponents this week. Philadelphia is next. Lou DiBiase from Locked On Eagles is on the way here on WGR.
What do you think the most, what holiday do you think benefits the most from being on a Friday, Saturday sort of
That's an
prime time day?
Excellent question. Because I don't think Christmas works for that.
Yeah, Christmas is its own sort. It's a week-long event.
And Christmas is most people get off, multiple days around Christmas. So if you get the Friday off, you feel like maybe you are punting on a day of the week you might get off on a Saturday, opposed to if Christmas is on a Thursday, no one's working on that Friday, right?
No.
Or if you are, everyone knows, mail it in today. Mail it in, it's the 26th.
I think that's the same with New Year's Day as well, right? Everyone gets New Year's Eve and New Year's Day off. I feel
not everyone gets New Year's Eve off, right?
No,
New Year's
Day.
New Year's Day, though, everybody gets off.
Yes. That's true.
I'm pretty sure.
So maybe that's actually better to be on a Friday then.
New Year's Day?
Yeah.
No, that you wouldn't want on a Friday, right? Because I guess, why is it different, though?
Yeah.
What is it, as Josh is pointing this out, why is that different than the 4th of July or Halloween? The difference would be that the 4th of July, you're outside more, and Halloween is more at night.
Right.
That's the thing. Halloween, the activities are usually at night. Halloween party or trick-or-treating, although it usually ends by, 9? Yeah. And then 4th of July, you get fireworks at night. New Year's Day is just, sleep in and recover, and you're probably going to bed early.
Right.
So I'm more ready for the next day.
Exactly.
So that one I might be more inclined to have it in the middle of the week. Halloween and 4th of July, I think, are the two biggest ones. He has the Bills ranked at number 28. Just one guy's opinion. He does this every year. Last year, he had the Bills at number 24. The year prior, he had the Bills at number 20. This year, Barnwell ranks the Bills as having the 28th best group of skill position players in the NFL. And he writes about Shakir being, the best player on that offense outside of Josh Allen and James Cook, I guess the best pass catcher on that offense. And he writes about how Keon Coleman failed to establish a consistent role in the lineup and how he only had 3 catches on 46 routes in the postseason, which when you see it put like that, Curtis Samuel was anonymous. Dalton Kincaid failed to top 55 receiving yards in a single game. And that Matt Collins was the guy that exceeded expectations, and he is now gone. So he lands on number 28. And while even I would have them higher than that, I don't think it is offensive for them to be that low with the group that they have. The group, there are going to be people that look at that group on paper and say, what really is going on there? Who do you have that is like a real, true difference maker outside of... They have 2, and maybe this is why they should be higher than 28th. Your running back is really good, and your slot receiver is really, really good. And everything else around that is a bit of a question mark, but you've got 2 solidified good players at their position. And there's only, it's only going to be 5 skill position players out there on the field at once. Who would be, maybe you'd be offended by the teams that are above them. The Jets are 1 spot above them at the skill position player group. The Giants are a spot above that at 26. The Bears, the Saints,
Good morning. The NHL will be lockout free until at least 2030. Yesterday afternoon, the NHL and NHLPA both ratified the new 4-year collective bargaining agreement a year ahead of schedule. The current CBA won't end until the end of next season, meaning new agreements won't kick in until the 2026-27 season. But the biggest changes coming will include an 84-game season, shortening the length of max-term contracts to 7 years, and the NHL's commitment to be part of the Olympics in 2026 and 2030. In the NFL, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reported yesterday that the Cincinnati Bengals and defensive end Trey Hendrickson have recently resumed contract talks. It's been a heated offseason so far between the two sides as Hendrickson enters the final year of his current contract. Fowler reports that he's looking for more long-term security on the next deal and is even prepared to miss the start of training camp if necessary to get a deal done. Wimbledon enters the second day of quarterfinal matchups. World number 1 Jannik Sinner will take on number 10 ranked Ben Shelton this morning at 9:30. And at 10 a.m., number 6 ranked Novak Djokovic will take on number 2 ranked Flavio Kobali. The Toronto Blue Jays continued their winning ways last night, winning their 10th straight game, beating the Chicago White Sox 6-1. Also last night, the Yankees demolished the Seattle Mariners 10-3, and the Mets rallied to take down the Orioles 7-6 in extra innings. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Yeah, I mean, what you were talking about, there's just a lot of avenues. We have so many star players, and, if we wanted to throw the ball 60 times a game, our receivers could have 2,000 yards. But we have a running back, that can get that on the ground. So I just think, what Saquon was able to bring to our offense made everything so much easier. When you have a running back that can do that, it sets up play action. When they want to stop the run, you're going to have to play one-on-one with AJ and Devontae outside.
That is Lane Johnson, star lineman for the Philadelphia Eagles. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off this week. It's a beautiful Wednesday, just a couple of weeks away from training camp. In fact, we are, I think, exactly 2 weeks away from Bill's training camp. We'll be at St. John Fisher. We'll be doing the show outside. Can't wait for that. We will be bringing the streaming with us, I believe, from Fisher, so you'll get to see the players walking. The only thing you'll really see, other than us, will be the fans behind us, but not looking at us. So it's not going to be like College Game Day, where everybody's like turned towards the camera behind the stage and they got their signs. And instead, it'll be fans behind us that are turned the other direction because they're looking at the players that are going out into the stands. Just a heads up for everybody. Can't wait. Jody Biasi joined on the Western Hotline by Lou DiBiase. Locked on Eagles. We're going through some of the Bills' opponents. You guys tell me if I did my brother wrong here. We went to the jet boat tours on the weekend. He went for the first time. I had done it before. I did not alert him that he probably should keep his mouth closed for when the river water hits you. And he did. I don't think he knew it was coming.
That's a little rough.
Because I think you swallowed some river water.
Yeah, I think I have a concussion now too. Thanks, man.
Yeah, Lou, you got done dirty there. That's brother stuff.
I now know what it feels like to be hit by a middle linebacker over the middle of the field. Like I feel like a slot receiver today. I'm sore.
That wave hits you hard. So Bills and Eagles. I mean, week 17. What are the odds that this game is even gonna matter to either team, or that I can't imagine we don't see Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts because typically you're not seeing starters bench 2 weeks in advance, but I feel like they kind of took the wind out of that game a little bit by putting it so late.
Yeah, I do feel like the NFL kind of messed up. I think these are two of the three best teams in the NFL, or at least two of the top four. Could be the potential Super Bowl preview, and you bury it in the second last week of the year. I don't think it's going to be completely meaningless. I do think Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen will play. Last year, the Eagles didn't rest starters until the final week of the season. I think they'll probably be battling for the 1 seed with a team like, the Detroit Lions again. Maybe it's a sleeper team we're not thinking about. Maybe they are still competing in the NFC East, and same for the Bills. I think the Bills will be battling for that 1 seed. I think they'll probably have the AFC East wrapped up, though, by that point, and both teams could have the top seed wrapped up. That's why I just think the NFL kind of messed up where there's still a good chance all the starters play, but why even risk it when it's such a marquee matchup? I would have definitely put this earlier in the year. But I don't think it's going to be a meaningless game. I don't think it's going to be Mitchell Trubisky against Tanner McKee. I do think both will be battling still probably for that one bye week, because there only is one now in each conference. So I do think it'll be meaningful still. But yeah, I don't know where the NFL's head was at with that one, because I think this could be a Super Bowl preview.
It, right now, by the betting odds, is the most likely Super Bowl matchup, which I know is music to your ears.
Yeah,
hate the idea of choosing in that game. Although I guess it is tied with Ravens-Eagles also. The Bills and Ravens right now are tied, and then Philadelphia right after that, then Kansas City. I guess, I had this thought when Brandon Beane was on after the draft, and he made the comment of, well, you can't have everything, when he was talking about wide receiver. And in my head, I thought, well, wait a minute. The Eagles have everything, don't they? Like, they have all pros or Pro Bowlers at seemingly every position group, not many holes at all. Kind of viewed as a perfect roster. Did it get any less perfect this offseason?
Yeah, I mean, I still think it's the most complete roster in the NFL. They lost some solid role players, some good starters on defense. Josh Sweat goes to Arizona. Milton Williams, of course, cashed in New England. You got Darius Slay going over to Pittsburgh, and then Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was traded to Houston. So those are like 4 pretty good starters from last year, but they didn't lose any of their pillars, their stars. Like Jalen Carter still on this football team. Same with Zach Vaughn, Quinyon Mitchell. All 3 levels of the defense still have the players that made last year's defense the number 1 ranked unit in the entire NFL. So I actually am really excited about the young players that are replacing those guys, too. I think Keely Ringo will replace Darius Slay pretty well. For who Josh Sweat was last year, he was like an 8-sack player. I think Jalix Hunt can be that guy. So they have a lot of players like waiting in the wings that I think are going to step up. It's more of a projection. These guys are less proven. They're banking on players in year 2, year 3, taking that next leap. But Howie Roseman has kind of turned things around from the start of his career, where he wasn't a great drafter, and lately he's been the best drafter in the NFL. So you got to have faith in him, and I think the offense is clearly the most loaded in the NFL, and everybody's paid now and locked up long term. They actually, I think, are outside of 1 or 2 starting spots. Everybody else on that offense is getting paid top 10 annual money compared to everybody else in their position. So, yeah, I mean, it got a little bit worse, I think, on paper, but I don't know how you don't say this is still the most complete roster in the NFL.
And really, it's going to be for the foreseeable future, correct? Like, the way it always gets mentioned how they structure their contracts, and I think they are right now on the forefront of that. And the Saints are kind of going through that right now, right? Like, the consequence of when you do that for so long, eventually it catches up to you. But whenever I look at like the Eagles cap stuff, it's like, well, it's not really going to catch up for them, even if it does for 3 years at a minimum. So they've got a window here.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, if you have an owner that's willing to continue to spend liquid cash, I mean, Jeffrey Lurie just sold a certain percent of the Eagles, and he ended up getting like, I think $800 million or something. He's going to use that cash now because the Eagles backload all these contracts and give these, fully guaranteed signing bonuses up front. If you're willing to continue to do that, even when, eventually those salary cap hits come due. But when you think about the timeline of Eagles offense compared to the defense, the entire offense is getting paid right now. By the time all these young players on rookie contracts on defense are going to get paid, you can start to backload those deals when the offensive cap hits come. So I think they've kind of balanced the roster well enough right now where they can kind of have their cake and eat it too. And yeah, it's kind of caught up to the Saints, but the Saints are also a terrible team at drafting. So the Eagles have been willing to, again, bring in young, inexpensive starters, whereas New Orleans hasn't. And if you have an owner, again, that's willing to continue to spend cash, then you can start to kick the can down the road on some other contracts. So I do wonder if the NFL eventually is going to try to stop this kind of strategy and maybe get rid of void years at some point. They were already considering, they were discussing the state of their salary cap long-term this year at the owners' meeting. So I don't think they'll ever do something like the NBA where they add a second apron. I don't think it's that big of a problem in the league. But teams like the Eagles that are willing to spend money, I do think it might tick off some other owners that don't want to spend that money. So I wonder if there's a change. But, yeah, I don't see this offense or this defense anytime soon kind of taking a step back, which is an exciting thing for Eagles fans.
Lou DiBiase on the Western Hotline, one of the Bills' opponents this year, Philadelphia, at the end of the season. Did you see the Warren Sharp quarterback tiers from yesterday that he put together?
Oh, I haven't had the pleasure. Where is Jalen Hurts?
So he has on the S+ tier, which is Superstar Plus. This is the top tier. Allen, Jackson, Hurts, and Daniels.
Wow.
No Mahomes and Burrow, by the way. That's a different part of this. Where should Hurts be ranked? It's ranking season. The players are doing it, top 100. Everyone's got their quarterback rankings coming out. What's, for you, following the team and watching every snap of him, what's most reasonable for a Jalen Hurts quarterback ranking league-wide?
Yeah, I feel like I've always been pretty realistic with who Jalen Hurts is. Look, if you're going to start your franchise with a quarterback, I'm taking Patrick Mahomes, I'm taking Joe Burrow, I'm taking Josh Allen, and I'm taking Lamar Jackson. Like, those, to me, are the top 4 quarterbacks in football. But eventually results have to matter in the NFL, and that's why Jalen Hurts is 5th to me. Like, sure, in a vacuum, is Justin Herbert ideally what you want more in a franchise quarterback from a skill set perspective? Absolutely, but eventually, like, you have to do it. And Jalen Hurts now has outplayed, I think, the second greatest quarterback of all time in 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls, arguably should have 2 rings. He's been to the playoffs every year since he's been a starter. He's going to break Cam Newton's rushing touchdown record. I don't know. Like, yeah, this year he was more of a game manager because Saquon Barkley had the greatest running back season of all time, but he's proven he can have MVP seasons. He did that in 2022. He was an MVP finalist the first half of 2023 from a betting odds perspective. So I just think eventually, like, the on-field results have to matter, and people like to kind of take away from what Jalen does because of his support system, but they like to excuse Justin Herbert because he doesn't have it. But if so if Justin Herbert's in Philadelphia, are we discrediting him too? Like, I don't know, like, where's the line we draw with quarterback evaluation? I don't think he's the elite passer of those other 4 guys I mentioned, so that's why I put him 5. He's not nearly as consistent as those players. I do think he is more reliant on the kind of scheme and the offense that he has built around him. But, I mean, again, eventually the proof is in the pudding, and, like, you have to, based on results, like, I don't know how he's not in the top 5. The Chiefs dared him to beat them. They shut down Saquon Barkley in that Super Bowl, and he threw all over the field. So, yeah, I think I'd put him 5th right now pretty comfortably.
Yeah, you definitely mentioned why he'll get dinged a little bit and anything like that. It is just that everything is made easier for him, right? Like, he has the time to throw. And one thing that was definitely evident in that Super Bowl, and no doubt, he is made excellent passes. He's had 2 amazing Super Bowls against Kansas City. One thing that definitely helps him is when you do dare him to throw the ball down the field, he's got two star receivers that are going to get open against man coverage or against zone at any point in time.
Right, but again, like, it's an interesting discussion about, like, support systems and how that affects your quarterback evaluation. My problem is just, like, how do we evaluate quarterbacks then if we're going to take away everything from the guy that has all these stars, but then we're going to completely excuse the quarterback that has the bad support system? Okay, so what player can we fairly evaluate then? Because I feel like that's everybody in football.
Right.
Like, am I not allowed?
It's only the quarterback on the mid team, the most middle of the road team.
Right, exactly. So if you have a couple good players for him, that's fine. Like, Joe Burrow has Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Am I not allowed to evaluate him as a passer? So eventually, if you're supposed to be seen as, like, that top 5 quarterback, those guys, it's supposed to mean that it doesn't matter what the support system is, you're still competing for championships in the playoffs every single year. And that's why it always bugs me when guys behind Jalen Hurts get put ahead of him, like a Justin Herbert, who threw 3 interceptions in the playoffs this year, has choked away both playoff games he's been in. You know, C.J. Stroud, even, like, I don't know, these other guys just haven't earned it enough for me. So I just think the resume for Jalen Hurts is just too impressive. But, yeah, I'm also realistic about who he is. And, like, he's not at the level of those other 4 guys ahead of him.
Well, isn't that why Lamar Jackson doesn't win MVP last year? Is the game being played now isn't as much about the individual quarterback. It's more, what do you have around you? One reason why, I think another reason is he had just won it, and Allen had obviously merit on his own. But one reason Jackson doesn't win MVP is you had more help than Josh Allen did. You had more All-Pros, you had more Pro Bowlers, you had better pass-catching options, you had Derrick Henry. Like, that's why he doesn't win it, right?
Yeah, I think so. I will say at the same time, though, it is more impressive when a quarterback like Josh. That's the thing is, Allen did do with a weaker roster what other guys behind Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson, like, haven't been able to do. So, like, if you can do that, obviously it puts you in another tier. But yeah, right. I think we've gone almost too far with, like, docking so obviously elite quarterbacks because of their support system. Like Jalen Hurts, I don't think, again, he's those top 4 guys, but even his first year as a starter, he had one good pass catcher, and he led them to a bad roster to the playoffs. So it's not like he's never elevated this team before. In 2023, their defense was terrible the first half of the year. They had to win shootouts against great teams every single week, including Buffalo, and he got the job done. It's why FanDuel at one point had him as the MVP betting favorite. a year after he was the MVP runner-up to Patrick Mahomes. So it's an interesting back and forth with quarterbacks, but I think he's comfortably, after winning that Super Bowl, he's number 5.
By the way, Daniels being on that top tier for sharp already. I don't think most people would have that, but where do you think they are on their trajectory of competing with the Eagles? They make it to the NFC Championship game and it's not close, but they add Deebo Samuel. I think right now, like, the reason why the Bills and the Ravens have better Super Bowl odds right now than the Eagles do isn't because of their conferences. I mean, the Chiefs exist. It is because the Eagles have easily, I think, the strongest division competitor. And that's not even to mention Dallas, although I don't think they're on the same level. But I guess for you, how big a question for the Eagles this year is just how much of a division competitor do they have in Washington?
Yeah, I think I'd rather be in the NFC as a conference, but I think you'd rather be like in the Bills division than the Eagles in the NFC East, because Washington is, I think, I'll say a top 4 team in the NFC. I like the Rams personally better, and I still like the Lions better, but I think the Commanders are a legit contender. Jaden Daniels, I don't think last year was some RG3 like Mirage from 2012. Like, I think Daniels is legitimately that good, and I like a lot of what they did this offseason. Like, they traded for Laramie Tunsil. I really like Josh Connerly, who they drafted in the first round from Oregon. He can kick over to right tackle. So they definitely got better up front. I don't know who Deebo Samuel is at this point, but is he an upgrade over De'Ami Brown? Like, probably, right? So, and I love the Trey Amos pick. I think their roster on paper got better, but I do think they obviously overachieved last year. Like, getting to the NFC Championship, I think, was a surprise. They have obviously going to be a harder schedule this year, too. It's not going to be a last-place schedule. I almost think they're going to regress a little bit when we're talking about their record and like how far they go. But yeah, for the Eagles, obviously, like, I think Jaden Daniels is a top 8 quarterback in football already, definitely top 10. So when you have to play that guy twice a year, it's obviously going to be more difficult. But I do still think, though, I'd rather be in the NFC than the AFC, just because, again, in the AFC you have to go through this gauntlet of quarterbacks that you don't, even though there's a lot of better rosters in the NFC, like, you don't have to go through Burrow, Allen, Mahomes, Lamar, even Justin Herbert, as much as I just went after him for a couple minutes. Like, that's a tough out in the playoffs. So I think I'd rather still be in the NFC, though.
I think what you should be ready for is to be fighting against the idea that Washington is past the Eagles when they might be ahead early in the first month. The first 4 games of the schedule. And by the way, this is on the season. As you mentioned, Washington does have a harder schedule, but still, they have the I think it's the 19th easiest schedule in the league. The strength of schedule, they rank 19th.
Philly Eagles have what, the most difficult, or it's top
29th?
Right?
They have the 4th word. The Giants actually have by far the hardest, which is hilarious. But the first 4 weeks, the Eagles play Dallas in that opener, Kansas City, the Rams, who played a really close playoff game, then the Bucks, and then even Denver if you want to include them. That's a tough start. Whereas the Commanders go Giants, Packers, that's tough, Raiders, Falcons, Chargers, Bears. I think it's very possible that this is going to be me as a bettor, that the Commanders are going to be ahead in the division through the first month, and I'm going to want to bet the Eagles at that point.
Yeah, I can see that. It's kind of similar to 2023 after that Super Bowl season where they just fell short to Kansas City, where they had to go through this gauntlet where they played, I think it was Dallas, Miami, Kansas City, Buffalo, San Francisco, and Dallas in like a month and a half. And they were just like exhausted by that point. I think it kind of helped to lead to that collapse in 23. They will have to learn from that, obviously, because, yeah, when you're the champs and you have a first-place schedule, it gets really tough. I will say, though, I like when a schedule is a little bit – if it's going to be a tough schedule, I prefer the tougher matchups. I think earlier in the year when everybody's still figuring things out and teams are still kind of rusty. So, yeah, that's not ideal. It's not an ideal start, obviously, like playing Dallas and Kansas City back-to-back to start things off. But I would prefer that kind of setup. I wouldn't be surprised if you're right. I still think the Eagles are obviously the favorites to win the East, though. It is hilarious what you said about the Giants, though. I don't know why they
hardest in the league.
Yeah, I like I like what the Giants did a little bit this offseason, but that stinks.
I don't know if they could have improved a little bit, and Dart could even be okay, and it might not matter because they just they don't have a break like all year long.
That's brutal
in that thing. Real quick then on the rest of the division, because a lot on the Commanders there. What state is Dallas in for you? I think everyone expects the Giants to not be competitive in the division, even if they come up a little bit. What about Dallas? Would it be stunning if they were in the race in the second half of the year?
No, I think they are who they've always been. Like with Dak Prescott healthy, he's a regular season merchant. They're going to put up a ton of points. I really like the trade for George Pickens. Like him and CeeDee Lamb is a solid 1-2 punch. Yeah, they're going to be probably a good regular season football team. I wouldn't even be surprised if they're like the 6 or 7 seed, and then they're going to lose in the first round if they even make it. Like that's just who the Dallas Cowboys are. That's who they've been since the 90s. That's why they're putting out this documentary. It's kind of like, Michael Jordan's in the LeBron era trying to stay relevant. Like, remember me? I was great too. That's what they're doing, and I think they're going to end up probably winning like 8 to 9 games again this year and maybe compete for a wild card spot. But they are definitely not, to me, ahead of the Eagles or the Commanders. That's just who they are, and until they prove that it's not true, I'm never going to believe in them. So, I mean, again, on paper, they're solid, though. They're not going to be a bad team. If Dak Prescott's healthy, they'll be a contender.
Yeah.
Playoff contender.
I still have this Warren Sharp quarterback tiers in front of me. You got to go look at him. It's more than just Hurts and Daniels being on the Superstar Plus tier and then Mahomes and Burrow being below them. I'm just now noticing that in the third tier, this is A, Dak, Purdy, Drake May, Justin Fields, Kyler Murray. That's the third tier. Below that on the B tier, Goff, Mayfield, Jordan Love, Justin Herbert, Matthew Stafford, C.J. Stroud, Trevor Lawrence. How's Justin?
Those guys are below the first group you just listed?
Yeah. Justin Fields, Drake May are above all of those guys.
Hey, I like Justin Fields, but I'm a big believer still. But that's an insane look. I don't know.
I think it's the rushing, right? Isn't this list just the value of the rushing at quarterback? Because Fields isn't going to do much this year throwing the ball. I think it's going to all be, does he run for 1,000 yards again?
I get like the rushing being a tiebreaker if the quarterbacks put up similar passing numbers, but Fields puts out such a low passing volume every year that it kind of negates I don't know, like the rushing helps make it like an average, but I don't know. I think that's a crazy list, but it's list season. It's the dead zone of the off season. So, hey, let's like make fans mad and put out a list. Like, I think that's just the kind of time of year we're in right now.
Yeah. 2 weeks till training camp. Locked On Eagles, Lou DiBiase. Thanks, bro. I'll see you in a little bit. Come watch volleyball tonight.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, man.
All right, see you. All right, quarterback rankings. All right, I'm closing these quarterback rankings. I think I've had enough of Warren Sharp's quarterback. Justin Fields is above all those guys. Again, he's doing it on expected results for this year, so he's projecting that Fields and Drake May are going to have big seasons. Which, if that happens, like if those guys are tier 3 quarterbacks this year, the AFC East is better than we think it is. Definitively. Because those are the two teams that don't have culture questions, don't have work ethic questions, turmoil. The Jets always have turmoil, and you could just believe that they'll just, return to that at some point. But Aaron Glenn, it's a different tone. It's a different vibe with Aaron Glenn. I think it's more like Vrabel. Vrabel is coming to New England to be a professional and clean things up, professional head coach. And I think many believe Vrabel will get that team competitive at least. Glenn doing the same in New York, you'd only bet against because it's the Jets. And the Jets never have it together, right? Even when they're going to the AFC Championship with Rex Ryan, they're still kind of a clown show. Whereas now, they're trying to be a professional football organization. I think what New England did and what the Jets did was kind of hire a version of Sean McDermott. Like, come clean it up, professional organization, build a program that people will want to come to, and then we'll get the quarterback later. New England already has the quarterback probably. Miami's the difference. Miami right now is the tire fire that guys are late to meetings and is the coach on his way out, and is he too soft on them as players, and what was Jalen Ramsey doing in the locker room? Like, there's just a bunch of noise. Tyreek Hill is still there, and he's got cops showing up at his house every other week. It's just a lot. A lot of drama in Miami, and I think the Jets and the Patriots are really trying to be the opposite. So if their quarterbacks have big years with those coaches, I feel like they're not toppling the Bills, but they're competitive. They're definitely competitive if those two quarterbacks have seasons. 803-0550 is the phone number. When we come back, revisit our Kincaid-Coleman poll from earlier. How critical is it that one of them takes a big step forward? Last year, the Bills averaged 30 points per game without them doing it. Kincaid with a down year, injured. Coleman with an inconsistent year, injured. Bills still scored 30 points per game anyway. So, do they really need it? Do they need that big step from one of those two? Let me know what you think. 803-0550 is the phone number. Jody Biasi here on WGR. He is the Bills ranked at number 28. Just one guy's opinion. He does this every year. Last year, he had the Bills at number 24. The year prior, he had the Bills at number 20. This year, Barnwell ranks the Bills as having the 28th best group of skill position players in the NFL. And he writes about Shakir being, the best player on that offense outside of Josh Allen and James Cook, I guess the best pass catcher on that offense. And he writes about how Keon Coleman failed to establish a consistent role in the lineup and how he only had 3 catches on 46 routes in the postseason, which when you see it put like that, Curtis Samuel was anonymous. Dalton Kincaid failed to top 55 receiving yards in a single game, and that Matt Collins was the guy that exceeded expectations, and he is now gone. So he lands on number 28. And while even I would have them higher than that, I don't think it is offensive for them to be that low with the group that they have. There are going to be people that look at that group on paper and say, what really is going on there? Who do you have that is like a real, true difference maker outside of... They have 2, and maybe this is why they should be higher than 28th. Your running back is really good, and your slot receiver is really, really good. And everything else around that is a bit of a question mark, but you've got 2 solidified good players at their position. And there's only, there's only going to be 5 skill position players out there on the field at once. Who would be, maybe you'd be offended by the teams that are above them. The Jets are 1 spot above them at the skill position player group. The Giants are a spot above that at 26. The Bears, the Saints. Eventually, this is a rebuild again, right? Eventually, it is. I hope it's not for another 3 years, 4 years, and I would have a greater hope that you just kind of eliminate that conversation by making the playoffs. But at some point, we know this. We know there is a date where Darlene and Tage hit the ejector seat. Yeah. And the day they do that, I think you're in a rebuild. Even if you're not choosing to be in one, your team just will be in one automatically. Maybe you have a different GM by then. I mean, at that point.
I mean, you got to think that would
I can't believe
happen
you wouldn't.
If those guys are asking out that the guy doing it now wouldn't be the guy who gets to trade them.
That is really, like, we are a week removed from all the Sabres action, and we're going to be waiting for a Byram trade maybe forever, or at least until, arbitration gets closer at the end of the month. But that is really what's on the line for them this year. It makes it feel more important than even some of these more recent seasons, because now you kind of feel like there is an end date on the horizon. It's tough to know what it is. when the Dahlin thing came up last year with Paul Bissonnette, that was, I think, greatly exaggerated the extent of his meeting with Kevin Adams. But when that day happened, my thought was, okay, this was expected at some point. Maybe it's a little earlier than I would have thought, but it's actually it's later than Eichel got to this point, right? Dahlin's been on the team now longer than Eichel has.
Yeah.
So his end date is coming. I wouldn't have been stunned if it had happened at the end of last year. It didn't, and it hasn't happened now, but will it be at the end of this year? Either way, like, all of that is impossible to know unless you are in the mind of Rasmus Dahlin. So, it might not be this year. It could be next year. Either way, this year I feel like there's more pressure because you got to stop the train.
The NHL will be lockout free until at least 2030. Yesterday afternoon, the NHL and NHLPA both ratified the new 4-year CBA, a year ahead of schedule. Current CBA won't end until the end of next season, which means the new agreements won't kick in until 2026-27. One of the biggest changes coming is an 84-game season. In the NFL, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reported yesterday that Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson has officially resumed contract talks with the Bengals. It's been a heated offseason between the two so far as Hendrickson enters the final year of his contract looking for a long-term deal. Wimbledon enters the second day of quarterfinal matchups. World number 1 Jannik Sinner set to take on number 10 Ben Shelton this morning at 9:30, and at 10 a.m., number 6 ranked Novak Djokovic takes on number 22 ranked Flavio Kobali. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I would have to say Josh Allen, just because I think we've seen him perform better in playoff games against the Chiefs than we've seen Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. You go back to that AFC Championship game a couple of seasons ago that was in Baltimore. The Ravens came in rolling. It was their year. They were all set to do it, and they played basically their worst game of the year that day against the Chiefs. Last year in Buffalo, Lamar Jackson goes in there with a team that really hadn't been turning the ball over, and they commit several key turnovers in a loss to Buffalo in the divisional round. Whereas while Josh Allen hasn't gotten over the hump, we've seen him play some masterful games against the Chiefs and in playoff games.
That's Dan Graziano, ESPN. Today they had a whole fancy graphic package of the chase for Mahomes from Allen and Jackson. Like, it was like a cartoon show. I really think it's more likely that the Bills will finally get through to the Super Bowl without having to play the Chiefs. I think Kansas City has got a tough ride in front of them. They were not as good as their record last year. I don't think got much better on their offensive line, which was their biggest problem at the end of last season. The receivers are coming back, and that could help. But run game's still pretty, it's not that efficient. And I'm seeing more and more Denver hype. I'm kind of wanting to bet Denver to win that division. They have arguably not arguably. I think the Eagles you have to give it to them. Maybe you could arguably say the Broncos have the best roster in the AFC. It's loaded. It'd be right up there with the Bills, and it'd be right up there with the Ravens and these other complete teams. But Denver's got studs around Bo Nix, and they don't really have many holes from what I've seen. And they've got superstars like Patrick Surtain. So Denver, all right, I'm kind of done believing the Chargers will ever do it. Harbaugh, whatever. Just fool me once, I'm being fooled the 9th time that the Chargers are finally going to do it. But Denver, Super Bowl winning coach, offensive mind, a quarterback that was experienced and coming into the league. He was 25 years old, all the Bo Nix's old jokes. Really good roster. I'm kind of in on Denver. And they don't have to win the division. Just knock the Chiefs down enough to where they're not getting home field throughout the playoffs, where they're not getting that first round bye, where their path is a little bit more difficult, where they've got to play 2 top teams instead of just 1, like it's normal. And if that happens, I think there's the Bills, everything is set up for the 1 seed. And I think you could get a lot of outcomes where the Bills are hosting the AFC Championship game, and it's not Kansas City. Right now, if I were doing NFL predictions right now, way too early, maybe we should do this tomorrow. I think I right now would pick Bills-Ravens in the AFC Championship. And I'd pick the Bills as the 1 seed, so I don't think I'd have them playing the Chiefs. They'd be playing the winner of the 4-5 matchup in the second round of the playoffs, and the Ravens and Chiefs would play each other, and right now I'd pick Baltimore. So that, to me, I think is more likely. I guess that's the same thing, though, right? That would still qualify under their guidelines that they're talking about this morning of passing Mahomes. Can you pass Mahomes without actually beating him? I mean, yes, right? You go further. That's the answer. I think that's very possible. Put a poll up earlier about the Bills being ranked 28th by Bill Barnwell in their skill position group. Receivers, tight ends, and running backs. Spent a little time on Kincaid and Coleman for that. How wrong is it? How wrong is their being ranked 28th? Because I saw a lot of pushback, and I'm not high on their group really at all. And even I would rank them higher than Barnwell did, so maybe that should say that they should have been, a lot of people would rank them a lot higher. Barnwell calls their wide receivers. He says, while general manager Brandon Beane might disagree, this is likely the least imposing group of wide receivers in the NFL on paper. See, now, that is the part of it that I'm not that against or negative about their receiver group. Sure, I'd love them to have a top dog, a Terry McLaurin at the top, who wants a contract right now. I would love that. Think with this offensive line and this run game, you add in that final finishing piece, your offense is perfect. It's got everything. But okay, they don't have that. Least imposing group of receivers in the league. No, it's not that bad. It is underwhelming would be the strongest word I think I would use about it. New England is worse. Definitively, at wide receiver. Diggs coming off a torn ACL. A second-round rookie last year, Polk, that looked even worse than Coleman by a lot. For the whole year. Coleman at least showed flashes. Polk never showed anything. And then behind that, it's fourth-round picks, and Kyle Williams, the rookie day 3 guy they drafted, is a nice prospect, but who would you expect to give you more in 2025? Who should be more capable? Kyle Williams, who's a nice prospect. I think he was a round 3, round 4 pick. Or Elijah Moore, who's been in the league for multiple years, is coming off a 100-target season, is a good separator. That's why I was kind of in on what they ended up with at receiver after the draft. Day after the draft, it was, I like their defensive picks. I wish they might have thrown one of those third or fourth round picks at a receiver. Not the first or second round, but one of those third or fourth round picks. Wish they had done that. But they didn't. All right, another move coming. Remember saying that morning, hey, they signed Chase Claypool last year in May. They signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling after the draft. There's going to be another move. That day, there was a move. They brought Elijah Moore in for a visit. They signed him. Moore, I think, does more for you, no pun intended, in the immediate than a day 3 pick. So you're better than New England, with that being said. I'm looking at Cleveland right now. I think the Bills have a better receiver group than. I think Tennessee right now with an old Tyler Lockett and Calvin Ridley. I would take the Bills guys. Barnwell has the Jets above them and the Giants. See, that's a good debate. Would you rather have the Bills have pretty balanced group? 1 through 5, you could see all 5 of those guys contributing. Curtis Samuel's got a good skill set if he's healthy, and Moore has a good skill set, and those are your 4th and 5th guys. Shakir, of course, at the top. Coleman. Balanced. The Giants and the Jets, unbalanced. That is, we've got a stud at the top of this thing, and then, we don't really have a lot after that. And what's better? That's where, the Bills have kind of proven that both work fine. If you have a good balanced group, 1 through 5, you can make that work. If you have one great receiver, like Diggs was, especially 3 years ago, when you have a top guy like Diggs at the top, but Beasley's gone and Brown's gone and Gabe Davis is only okay, and it's really Diggs and then you aren't very skilled behind that. Trent Sherfield, a practice squad guy, is starting a playoff game for you. You're still a good team. Still a great team. Great offense. That's maybe where the Giants and the Jets are right now. So, you go to the Saints. I think the Bills are better than the Saints. You go to the Chargers. Chargers a little bit closer because I think McConkey is really good, but I actually do like the Bills group more than I like the Chargers because I kind of hate all the Chargers receivers after McConkey. Pittsburgh. Metcalf's really good, but Metcalf's not as good as Neighbors or Wilson. And then behind that, it's Roman Wilson and Robert Woods. I take the Bills. Again, it's not a long, long list. I'm not going to tell you that I like their receivers more than 20 teams, but I think they're better than the least imposing group of receivers in the NFL. I think they're pretty good. They're fine. You could be better. I'd like them to be better at that position someday. But 1 through 5, they've got enough. I think they've got more than enough. They got more than they did last year. And they're going to need it because I think the turnovers are going to go away or going to come back a little bit. 803-0550 is the phone number. There was a massive story in F1 this morning, a sport that we did pay attention to for how long was it? Was it 8 months? It wasn't very, very long. Was it a year? A guy that this show and the documentary on Netflix paid a lot of attention to is out of that sport. A little bit of that and a quick update on what's going on at Wimbledon because I think you got a couple of big matches later today. That's coming up here on WGR.
With that, no matter how good McKenna is and no matter how good Penn State is with McKenna.
And I had the thought yesterday of, I wonder if that starts happening and the Sabres season gets off to a really rough start, which I don't think is impossible, if the owner or just the team in general would just be inclined to say, this is going down the tube anyway. Let's just kind of punt on this season a little bit. Maybe that's when they would trade Bo Byram for a first-round pick and just stack draft pile assets. The reason I don't think that's probably realistic is because the Sabres don't have a second guy now. When they tanked 10 years ago, it was, okay, if we don't get the all-time great prospect, our consolation prize is we're still getting an amazing elite number one center. And I don't know enough about next year's draft to tell you if there's a second guy, but I haven't heard about a second guy. And I don't think you're punting on the season for just, 18% of one player?
Yeah, I don't think. I think that's the allure of that 2015 season was that there were two prizes to go get, and you were guaranteed one of them if you were bad enough. And now you don't have that same guarantee of even picking second overall because of what happened in that season. Right? They changed the lottery rules, so now you can move around all over the board. So there's that, and then there's also just the reality of what this is here and what that would look like here. And I think
it would be a tough
that look. Would be catastrophic and probably be the end of a lot of people. It'd be the end of the rope for a lot of people, I think, if they were to make a conscious decision to say, we kind of think this is where this is going anyways, so let's nudge it along. I think any movement towards that, I think people here are done and would not be able to reconcile with that, no matter how good McKenna is and no matter how good Penn State is with McKenna.
Eventually, this is a rebuild again, right? Eventually, it is. I hope it's not for another 3 years, 4 years, and I would have a greater hope that you just kind of eliminate that conversation by making the playoffs. But at some point, we know this. We know there is a date where Dahlin and Tage hit the ejector seat. Yeah. And the day they do that, I think you're in a rebuild. Even if you're not choosing to be in one, your team just will be in one automatically. Maybe you have a different GM by then. I mean, at that point.
I mean, you got to think that would
I can't believe
happen
you wouldn't.
If those guys are asking out that the guy doing it now wouldn't be the guy who gets to trade him.
That is really, like, we are a week removed from all the Sabres action, and we're going to be waiting for a Byram trade maybe forever, or at least until, arbitration gets closer at the end of the month. But that is really what's on the line for them this year. It makes it feel more important than even some of these more recent seasons, because now you kind of feel like there is an end date on the horizon. It's tough to know what it is. Like when the Dahlin thing came up last year with Paul Bissonnette, that was, I think, greatly exaggerated the extent of his meeting with Kevin Adams. But when that day happened, my thought was, okay, this was expected at some point. Maybe it's a little earlier than I would have thought, but it's actually it's later than Eichel got to this point, right? Dahlin's been on the team now longer than Eichel has.
Yeah.
So his end date is coming. I wouldn't have been stunned if it had happened at the end of last year. It didn't, and it hasn't happened now, but will it be at the end of this year? Either way, like, all of that is impossible to know unless you are in the mind of Rasmus Dahlin. So, it might not be this year. It could be next year. Either way, this year I feel like there's more pressure because you got to stop the train. Quick update in the world of F1, which we used to love paying attention to until the same guy started winning every race. If you watch the F1 documentary, you'll know this individual. Christian Horner, the head of the Red Bull racing team, 20 years of that, he has been fired. And I guess I don't really know why. This is where I will admit to you, I have not really paid as much attention to that sport since the same dude started winning over and over. But the thing is, the same winning over and over was for Red Bull. That's where Horner was the lead principal of. So I don't know. There might be more to that story as to why he got fired. I was reading through it and didn't see it being listed for competitive reasons or anything of the sort there. So I don't know. That sport that's really what just happened, right? I don't think you had enough fans in it to take all the drama out with the same guy winning all the time. I think when you have a solidified foundation of fans, this is the NBA and the NFL for me, or I guess now it's the NHL, really, and the same team starts winning over and over and over and over, the chase to dethrone them is still really enticing. And for some reason in F1, that has not happened. Like, nobody has really, that I know at least, that used to be really into F1 has been following, like, oh, who's going to top Verstappen? Not that I see.
Yeah, it felt like that came, like the Red Bull dominance came at a poor time for the sport in and of it, like as a whole.
Because it was rolling there. It was rolling there.
Like you said, everybody I know was into it. And now everybody I know could not care less about it.
Yeah, do you remember that final race? It was 2022 where Hamilton and Verstappen on the last lap for the championship.
Oh, and then
everyone was watching that. It was awesome. It was super thrilling.
Right, and then there was that weird. They had a weird ruling, and Verstappen kind of was able to win it on what kind of seemed like a technicality.
I think they let them go to the front so that they could race for the TV element of it.
Right, and I think that was sort of the end of it for me. I was like, oh.
They kind
of manufactured this, and now, Verstappen just had newer tires, so he won.
Well, then as soon as all of those, and then as soon as you take any competitiveness out of it, because one guy is so far above the rest.
Yeah.
Again, though, like, that doesn't, boxing I'm thinking of here. Floyd Mayweather won every fight of his life, but why did everybody tune in time and again and again and again? Because they wanted to see him get beat. I think you got to care. You got to care enough about the individual. You got to care enough about the sport, though, to have that.
Right, and I think part of it also is the race, or the races themselves were like the seasons were, where it was the race would start, a guy would pull away, and it was pretty much the guy that's in first is probably going to win this race.
Right.
So there wasn't as much excitement during the actual race. I think the Drive to Survive show was so good that it made people more excited watching the show than it did watching the races a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And it's been better, I guess. This year has been good. McLaren's good again, and like there's an actual race for it now. So maybe we should dive back in. But I think that was also a part of it for me. Was you'd turn the race on, and at the time Verstappen would pull away, and halfway through the lap he'd have 3 car lengths, and then that was the race. And it would just be how far ahead can Verstappen get from everybody else.
Yep. He might be going to Mercedes, I saw. There's movement on like the racing front, like, or the team front. I thought I saw Verstappen, and maybe that's why he got fired.
Yeah, that's
Horner,
possible.
because he's he's causing Verstappen to go to their rival team. Anyways, when we come back to football, Kyle Bailey from Sports Radio in Charlotte, 92.7 is going to join us on the Panthers as we're going through the Bills' opponents. Carolina, they are a team with a little bit of buzz after being like one of the most disastrous looking teams ever. The second half of 2023 and then the first half of 2024, a little bit of a turnaround. So a little bit on the Panthers when we come back here on Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off this week, and this is WGR. He is the Bills ranked at number 28. Just one guy's opinion. He does this every year. Last year, he had the Bills at number 24. The year prior, he had the Bills at number 20. This year, Barnwell ranks the Bills as having the 28th best group of skill position players in the NFL. And he writes about Shakir being, the best player on that offense outside of Josh Allen and James Cook, I guess the best pass catcher on that offense. And he writes about how Keon Coleman failed to establish a consistent role in the lineup and how he only had 3 catches on 46 routes in the postseason, which when you see it put like that, Curtis Samuel was anonymous. Dalton Kincaid failed to top 55 receiving yards in a single game. And that Mac Hollins was the guy that exceeded expectations, and he is now gone. So he lands on number 28. And while even I would have them higher than that, I don't think it is offensive for them to be that low with the group that they have. The group, there are going to be people that look at that group on paper and say, what really is going on there? Who do you have that is like a real, true difference maker outside of... They have 2, and maybe this is why they should be higher than 28th. Your running back is really good, and your slot receiver is really, really good. And everything else around that is a bit of a question mark, but you've got 2 solidified good players at their position. And there's only, there's only going to be 5 skill position players out there on the field at once. Who would be, maybe you'd be offended by the teams that are above them. The Jets are 1 spot above them at the skill position player group. The Giants are a spot above that at 26. The Bears, the Saints. Eventually, this is a rebuild again, right? Eventually, it is. I hope it's not for another 3 years, 4 years, and I would have a greater hope that you just kind of eliminate that conversation by making the playoffs. But at some point, we know this. We know there is a date where Darlene and Tage hit the ejector seat. Yeah. And the day they do that, I think you're in a rebuild. Even if you're not choosing to be in one, your team just will be in one automatically. Maybe you have a different GM by then. I mean, at that point. I mean,
you got to think that would
I can't believe
happen
you wouldn't.
if those guys are asking out that the guy doing it now wouldn't be the guy who gets to trade him.
That is really, like, we are a week removed from all the Sabres action, and we're going to be waiting for a Byram trade maybe forever, or at least until, arbitration gets closer at the end of the month. But that is really what's on the line for them this year. It makes it feel more important than even some of these more recent seasons, because now you kind of feel like there is an end date on the horizon. It's tough to know what it is. Like when the Darlene thing came up last year with Paul Bissonnette, that was, I think, greatly exaggerated the extent of his meeting with Kevin Adams. But when that day happened, my thought was, okay, this was expected at some point. Maybe it's a little earlier than I would have thought, but it's actually it's later than Eichel got to this point, right? Darlene's been on the team now longer than Eichel has.
Yeah.
So his end date is coming. I wouldn't have been stunned if it had happened at the end of last year. It didn't, and it hasn't happened now, but will it be at the end of this year? Either way, like, all of that is impossible to know unless you are in the mind of Rasmus Dahlin. So, it might not be this year. It could be next year. Either way, this year I feel like there's more pressure because you got to stop the train
Good morning. The NHL will be lockout free until at least 2030. Yesterday afternoon, the NHL and NHLPA both ratified the new 4-year collective bargaining agreement a year ahead of schedule. The current CBA won't end until the end of next season, which means the new agreements won't kick in until 2026. The biggest changes coming to the new CBA include an 84-game season, shortening the length of max-term contracts to 7 years, and the NHL's commitment to be part of the Olympic Games in 2026 and in 2030. In the NFL, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reported yesterday that the Cincinnati Bengals and defensive end Trey Hendrickson have recently resumed contract talks. The Bengals and Hendrickson have been heated with each other so far this offseason as Hendrickson enters the final year of his current contract. Fowler reports that Hendrickson wants more long-term security in his next contract and is even prepared to miss some time at training camp if necessary to get a deal done. Wimbledon enters the second day of quarterfinal matchups. Number 1, Jannik Sinner will take on number 10, Ben Shelton this morning in just about half an hour. And at 10 a.m., number 6 ranked Novak Djokovic will take on number 22 ranked Flavio Kobali. The Toronto Blue Jays won their 10th straight game last night, beating the Chicago White Sox 6-1. The New York Yankees won 10-3 over the Seattle Mariners, and the New York Mets rally from behind to take down the Baltimore Orioles 7-6 in extra innings. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
So a new set of downs for Andy Dalton and the Panthers. Here's Hubbard up the middle, still going, inside the 20. Chuba Hubbard takes it all the way.
All right, the reason Josh is playing that is because I could have just waited 10 minutes. I'm in the it's fantasy draft season. Good morning, by the way. It's beautiful Wednesday. Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. It's fantasy draft season. And if you are familiar with or not familiar with the Scott Fish Bowl, it's a national fantasy tournament for a good cause, fantasycares.org. And it's a slow draft that I'm in. I couldn't do the live one, so I'm in the slow draft. And it's an 8-hour clock. And it was my turn to pick in the last break. So I'm looking at who's available. And I'm like, is Chuba Hubbard a good pick here? From where I'm at in the fourth round. This league counts. You get a half a point per carry, so volume matters. And then I picked him when I wasn't so sure, and I thought about the fact that I had a Panthers guest coming up in 5 minutes. I could have just waited and asked him. So Kyle Bailey in the Western Highlight. Did I make a good pick? Was Chuba Hubbard going to be the starter again?
Absolutely. I think you made a great pick. Good morning, Joe. It's good to talk to you again. How you been?
Good. Thanks for coming on. We're little exchange here. We came on your show for looking through the Panthers' opponents, and we're doing the same here. Week 8, right after I just am now realizing this, that as if it wasn't already a tough matchup for the Panthers, the Bills have an extra week to prepare because they have their bye week right before. Not a great, not needed from the Panthers' end.
No, definitely not. But look, at this point, they have to earn everything to make people believe that this team has improved. So, why not face the Bills under those circumstances? I mean, we all know that the Bills are the class of the AFC. I believe they're the favorites to win the AFC. I have a deep respect for what they are. But, I hope, listen, a lot of things change between now and Week 8. But given the way the Panthers are built, we are hoping that is going to be a heck of a football game when the time comes.
So that game will be in Carolina. Where is the belief tank right now for Bryce Young? After bouncing back when he got back in last year, how much confidence is there that Young can, 1, be a quarterback that can have them being competitive this year, and then 2, is still a guy that could be a long-term franchise quarterback?
In my personal opinion, the answer to both is yes. Now, I'm not getting over my skis or way ahead of myself here. He looked really good down the final 6 games especially, but the final 8 weeks of the season, he just showed steady progression each and every week, and it culminated with a really big performance and a win over Atlanta. Pardon me. He had Kansas City and Philadelphia, both Super Bowl teams, on the ropes. The defense just couldn't hold at the end. So I actually think that he's proven definitively that he can do it. Now we got to find out, can you do it consistently for 17 games? And, he now has the benefit of going from, one season to the next, having an off season with the same head coach, same offense. Folks forget it's the first time that's happened for him. They beefed up the offensive weaponry. They brought back the entire offensive line, including the depth. which was a surprise to many. So, the conditions are right for Bryce to have a really big third year. And given the way that he finished, even the people who were completely out on him after his benching in week 2 last year, even they've come around to, okay, we think the kid can play, now show it to us for a full season.
I mean, I would put myself in that category. Like, I was not thinking he had much of a career in front of him when he got benched, but he looked really good in the second half of last season. What was the biggest difference? Like, why did it look better? Was it a difference in mentality from him? Was it a coaching thing? Like, what did it look like? What was the biggest difference from before he got benched to when he came back in?
Well, I think first and foremost, you have to credit the young man for being mentally strong, for being a good teammate. He handled it like the consummate pro. I mean, I've talked to so many people inside that locker room about that situation, and they couldn't speak more highly to a man about the way that he came in the Monday after he was benched, the day after he was benched, and went right back to work and was a good teammate and didn't make a big deal out of it, didn't sulk, didn't pout, just went quietly to work back behind the scenes. And so that's a big part of it. But I think you also have to credit Dave Canales, who had the cojones to bench the kid after 2 weeks. I mean, that's, he just took the job. There's no doubt he had sold the owner, David Tepper, on his vision for, fixing Bryce Young after Frank Reich and company seemingly broke him in year 1. And so then to turn around and bench him after 2 weeks, Dave Canales read the locker room correctly. The veterans were looking at him like, we can win here, but not with the way this kid's playing right now. So, I think it was both of those factors, but mostly the fact that Bryce really is a headstrong young man. He's got 2 really sharp parents. His dad's a psychologist. I mean, I think he's learned mental toughness at that size, especially, since he was a young man. So I think between the ears, Bryce has what it takes, and that's the reason that he's in the position that he's in going into year 3.
Kyle Bailey with us on the Wester Hotline, WFNZ in Charlotte. How do you feel about how they've surrounded him this offseason? How the line looks, the receiving group. They've got the coach coming in for another year, and it seems like that's a good part of this. But how about the supporting cast around Young?
Yeah, again, they brought back the entire offensive line. They spent more money on their offensive line than anybody else in the NFL last year. And, it paid off, especially in the, back half of the season. Those guys were consistently good, but, to get them all back, plus depth pieces like Brady Christensen, who many of us thought would be lost to free agency to potentially go be a starter somewhere else, he's coming back. So that's huge. And then on top of that, just the big ticket item, of course, Tedero McMillan, the wide receiver in the first round with the 8th overall pick that stunned pretty much the entire NFL draft world. Everybody from, Mel Kiper to Todd McShay to, everybody thought they were going with a defensive player after posting the worst defense in single-season history last year. But they gave Bryce Young another weapon. That makes back-to-back first-round wide receivers between McMillan and last year Xavier Leggett. So, they brought in Rico Dowdle. You asked me about Chuba Hubbard there a moment ago.
Yeah.
They've now got 2,000-yard backs. They steal Rico Dowdle from Dallas. Cowboys fans were none too happy to watch him walk away, especially at that price tag. So, in theory, he's got a great offensive line. He's got 2,000-yard backs, and, he's got dynamic weapons out wide, albeit young ones. And you've got Adam Thielen, the veteran. Hunter Renfro's trying to make a career comeback after a bout with ulcerative colitis that kept him out of the NFL last year. So we looked up, and all of a sudden it seems like there's going to be a really, really stiff competition in the wide receiver room. So I would say that you don't have to expect first-team All-Pro from Bryce Young, this year, but I'd say there needs to be a high level of production given what they've committed to that side of the ball.
Yeah. McMillan, I remember seeing at the draft, like, oh, this could be Canales' Mike Evans. Like, that's a high bar to reach. I know it's 1,000 yards every year, sure. But maybe he saw a little bit of Mike Evans in McMillan when they were going through the draft process.
No doubt about it. And a lot of folks said the same thing, but and like you said, it's really difficult to live up to being Mike Evans. But when you turn on the tape and watch Tedero McMillan, you can see that's the potential, that's the ceiling if he wants to reach it, because he is a 6'4", pretty fast, pretty nimble, great hands, great awareness, just all of it. I mean, he's the total package as a wide receiver. So, it wasn't my preferred pick. I don't want to act like it was. I was sold on a defensive player, but, I think this absolutely could benefit Bryce Young in enormous ways. So they're excited about McMillan.
Kyle Bailey with us on the Wester Hotline for just a couple more minutes. Bills and Panthers in Week 8 after the Bills bye week. How about the defense? How strong a unit is that going into 2025?
Well, they have to be better because last year they set the record for the most points allowed in a single season in NFL history. So they were awful and just miserable to watch. So, they've certainly made some upgrades. They get Derek Brown back. That's the big one. Derek Brown's one of the best defensive tackles in the NFL. He was lost to the season in Week 1 last year against the Saints. And so getting him back is kind of like getting an extra free agent. But they signed Bobby Brown from the Rams to play alongside him, just a massive human. Ashawn Robinson's there. They brought in Turk Wharton, who was great for the Kansas City pass rush last year. They signed Trayvon Merrick, who I think was arguably the best safety on the market. Some might say Javon Holland, but Merrick is a heck of a player. And then, of course, after drafting Tet McMillan, they went with back-to-back first-team All-SEC edge rushers in Nick Scorton and Princely Umanmielen. So, they brought back Mike Jackson. They extended J.C. Horn. I think and I don't think they're done. I think the last piece that you're probably going to see them attack before the season is the safety spot. But, what they need is for that defense to go from 32nd to 18th or 20th, right? And if this offense lives up to its expectations, you're going to have a far more competitive team that should have a chance of making the playoffs. So I wouldn't expect this defense to be great, but it has to be improved based on how awful they were last year.
Yeah. If that does happen, you mentioned like a chance at making the playoffs. I don't feel like that's that far-fetched. Like the way the NFC looks right now, the way that division looks, if the offense can be even just a marginal improvement over what they were in the second half last year, and they can get that defense to do what you're saying, I mean, I said this on your show last week. I don't know that I'd pick them to, but I feel like they'll be one of those teams that's at least in the hunt in the final 2-3 weeks of the season.
That's really what people are asking for. I mean, but I do think you're right. This team has a chance to be in the playoffs, certainly in the mix, come December. And you just go back to last year. They won 5 games, but they should have beaten the Eagles in Philadelphia. If Xavier Legette doesn't drop a touchdown pass wide open, they beat the Eagles in Philadelphia. They had Baker and the Bucs beat at home, but the defense was so awful it couldn't hold a lead. Same thing against Kansas City. So, if ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we all know the saying, but, this team truly was a couple of plays away last year from winning 7 or 8 games. So, with that defense. So, this year, you have to think that maybe some of that goes their way a little more. The defense is improved enough for them to be right there in the hunt, as you said, come about Christmas time. That
game against Kansas City in the middle of the year, we were watching, I was watching at least every one of those Chiefs games where they're just getting away with it. A snap hits Aiden O'Connell in the face. The Bills are 1 game back. And the Panthers, am I remembering this right? They had the game tied maybe right at the buzzer, right? That's a buzzer-beating field goal to win it by Kansas City?
Yeah, Mahomes got loose on a run, if you'll recall. He skirted down the near, from my perspective in the press box that night, he skirted down the near sideline. And it's just one of those things that Mahomes does that just makes you so irate because he's not that kind of athlete, but he just finds a way. And yeah, that was a gut punch because it felt like they were going to steal one.
Yep, there 48 seconds left, tied game on their own 45. Mahomes scrambles for 33 yards. Just revisiting some of my memories from last year watching the Chiefs play football. You got a prediction like where you think they'll finish in the division this year?
I mean, it feels like a hedge, but I mean, I don't want to go crazy. I do think I think they're a borderline playoff team, if not a wild card team. I'm going to say somewhere between 8-9 and 9-8. I mean, I think that there's a lot of potential there, but again, everything's still new, and it's been 7 years of no playoffs down here, so we're going to have to see it to believe it.
All right, Kyle Bailey on the West Her Hotline. Thanks, Kyle. Maybe we'll chat a little closer to that matchup in the fall.
Would love to, buddy. Thank you thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Kyle Bailey on the West Her Hotline. You can follow him on Twitter at Kyle Bailey Club as the Panthers are looking to take a step forward this year. Definitely a team I would expect the Bills to be favored on the road against. Really, actually, if you look at their schedule, how many road games? Because the Bills are going to be favored at home every week. I think they've reached that pinnacle. Even against Baltimore, they're going to be favored. On the road, they'll be favored against the Jets. They'll be favored against Atlanta, I think. They'll be favored against Carolina. Miami. No, they're not going to make that mistake again, right? The bettors or the books. They made Miami a favorite week 3 last year on Thursday Night Football, and the Bills romped them. So that's 4. They'll be favored against Cleveland. They'll be favored against Pittsburgh and Houston are the 2. It's possible by week 12 and 13 that they could be favored, but right now I would bet you that Houston and Pittsburgh are underdogs, which would mean the Bills, I think, are favored in every game. They're getting respect. It's a 180 from last year. It's, a 360, though, from 2 years ago. They're right back where they were after signing. Well, I guess Von Miller's 3 years ago, right? 3 years ago. So they're back to where they were then. Everyone picking them to win the Super Bowl. Right now, they are the favorites, and they are favored in every game. One niche level of disrespect. I got one guy at ESPN, Bill Barnwell, who says that their skill position players stink. 28th in the league. All right. If you need your bulletin board material, I mean, there's a little piece of it. But I feel like they are being bet on a lot for this season. And really, what other than the thing that we don't want to say, because we don't even want to talk its way into existence, other than that, what is the thing that could hold them back? I mean, okay, let's say 28th in the league in skill position players ends up being accurate. Let's say that ends up being right. What does it result in? Let's say, because last year they got turnovers, but they ended up scoring 30 points a game. I think the bar for this team should be that. 30 points a game. You average 25 and you are 8th in the league. I don't think that's good enough with Josh Allen as your quarterback. But even if they were that, still winning the division, still hosting playoff games, you're not the 1 seed, and that's why I wouldn't take that. But you're probably still winning the AFC East. If your defense doesn't work out, Bosa gets injured and the suspended guys come back and they're not really making that much of an impact, and Max Hairston's not really ready to play yet. What are they? Still winning the division? There's almost nothing that could happen with them other than, the big injury that ideally will never happen, and we don't want to say. Other than that, I just don't see a way they falter on their own. At least enough to where I wouldn't be picking them to win the AFC East. It would have to come from New England. New England, and I don't think this is very likely, it would just have to be Drake May shows up and he is lightning in a bottle. He is Jaden Daniels' rookie season in his second year. He has the year that Daniels just did. And if he can do that, then you're talking about a real fight. And maybe a possibility that the Bills could not win their division. But it just seems like such an automatic that they've at least got that. And I don't believe that's the benefit right now of being in a division with New England, the Jets, and the Dolphins. Because I told you last hour, I kind of want to pick Denver to win the West. Maybe I don't want to pick them, I want to bet them to win the West. Give me some odds. But the Broncos are ready. Year 2 of a quarterback that played really well. The roster is flush. The coach is good. I think they are ready to challenge Kansas City. The Chargers have been ready for 7 years and they've never done it. Denver is there. Now they actually have to go out and do it. The Bengals are capable of doing it to Baltimore. And that is why I just think they are so set up. It's their year, right? It's their year. It's their year to win the AFC. It's their year to be the 1 seed. There's no reason why that shouldn't happen. No reason why. And that includes like a playoff matchup with Kansas City or whoever. There's no reason, good reason why it shouldn't happen this year. The schedule is easy. The division is easy. That gets you to home field. That gets you to the easiest road to the Super Bowl. Your defense has been added to. Your line is amazing. You have the MVP at quarterback. You've still got the running back who might be gone in a year, but for now you still got him. And you've gotten better at receiver. The only position on offense you really could have gotten better at, they did marginally get better with Elijah Moore and Josh Palmer. So why isn't it their year? Why wouldn't anybody? Why would you not pick them? Why wouldn't you pick them? If you think, and I think many would, that they are as good as Baltimore, that you're nitpicking between the two. Same way, like, that was the MVP race last year. They are just that close. Why wouldn't the tie go to the team with the easier schedule and the easier division? Why wouldn't that be the case? The only reason you wouldn't pick them is you just can never see them getting through Kansas City. That's it. It's the boogeyman that is just still, hiding in the closet, waiting to pop out and scare you. It's just that is the Chiefs, and it will be that way until they finally beat them, or they're able to get a road to the Super Bowl that doesn't include them, which hasn't happened yet. By the way, speaking of respect versus disrespect, are Bills fans going to grab onto Steve Spagnuolo saying to Joe Burrow, this is again a clip from the quarterback documentary, the Bengals lose a really close game to Kansas City in week 2 last year, I think it was, and Spagnuolo runs down Joe Burrow after the game in the middle of the field, and he tells Joe Burrow, other than our guy, you're the best to do this. You're the best in the league at this other than our guy. Basically saying because he's not going to tell him he's better than Mahomes. That'd be wild. But still might not be as bad as the guy that called Patrick Mahomes fat today and an embarrassment to Kansas City. That happened. The Spagnuolo clip, though, is that going to be like Bills fans being offended because he doesn't believe Josh Allen is the second best quarterback? Wouldn't Kansas City only think that, though, because Burrow's beaten them in the playoffs and the Bills haven't? That would be the only reason. So I guess you could take that if you want. You look at if you're hunting for bulletin board material, there you go. Spags is calling Burrow better than Allen. Although he said it to his face. Does he even believe it? Maybe he says that to everybody. There's not much. If you're hunting for bulletin board material, I'm just telling you, there's not a lot out there. Start watching Nick Wright daily. Maybe he'll give you something. 803-0550 is the phone number. 2 weeks away from training camp. I just saw a prospect ranking for the Sabres as we're at that time of the year. Steven Ellis, who we've had on the show from Daily Faceoff. They're a little lower than I kind of thought. Haven't we been saying for like 8 years, Sabres are the best prospect pool in the league? They still have a good one, but I'm not sure they still have like one of the best ones. Very quickly, I'll tell you what Steven writes about them and get some more football in as well. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jody Biasi here on WGR. Eventually, this is a rebuild again, right? Eventually, it is. I hope it's not for another 3 years, 4 years, and I would have a greater hope that you just kind of eliminate that conversation by making the playoffs. But at some point, we know this. We know there is a date where Dahlin and Tage hit the ejector seat. Yeah. And the day they do that, I think you're in a rebuild. Even if you're not choosing to be in one, your team just will be in one automatically. Maybe you have a different GM by then. I mean, at that point.
you got to think that would
I can't believe
happen
you wouldn't.
If those guys are asking out that
Yeah.
The guy doing it now wouldn't be the guy who gets to trade him.
That is really, like, we are a week removed from all the Sabres action, and we're going to be waiting for a Byram trade maybe forever, or at least until, arbitration gets closer at the end of the month. But that is really what's on the line for them this year. It makes it feel more important than even some of these more recent seasons, because now you kind of feel like there is an end date on the horizon. It's tough to know what it is. Like when the Dahlin thing came up last year with Paul Bissonnette, that was, I think, greatly exaggerated the extent of his meeting with Kevin Adams. But when that day happened, my thought was, okay, this was expected at some point. Maybe it's a little earlier than I would have thought, but it's actually it's later than Eichel got to this point, right? Dahlin's been on the team now longer than Eichel has.
Yeah.
So his end date is coming. I wouldn't have been stunned if it had happened at the end of last year. It didn't, and it hasn't happened now, but will it be at the end of this year? Either way, like, all of that is impossible to know unless you are in the mind of Rasmus Dahlin. So, it might not be this year. It could be next year. Either way, this year I feel like there's more pressure because you got to stop the train. Barnwell writing about Matt Collins being gone, Josh Palmer coming in, and Elijah Moore coming in, and he doesn't mention Amari Cooper. I still believe wholeheartedly that Moore and Palmer are a better combo than Cooper and Hollins were. So I think they have upgraded at that area. But when you look back at last year's offense, if you need Kincaid or Coleman to take a big step forward, that means inherently that you think there's another area of that offense that is going to take a step back. And then the improvement from one of your young playmakers is going to make up for that so that they are still one of the top scoring offenses in the league. And I don't mean like 7th or 8th. I mean like 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. For them, that's the bar. And for me, there is an area that I expect them to regress in, and that is going to be fumbles and maybe interceptions. I don't think it's going to be sacks, but those negative plays, especially the turnovers, they were as good last year as any team ever. They lost something like 2 fumbles all year long. Allen not turning the ball over at a rate that is going to be tough for him to repeat. I think that's the more probable thing to stay. 6 interceptions last year. I could see him throwing only 6 interceptions again. Probably would bet a little bit higher, but that's not out of the realm of possibility. I feel like 2 fumbles again. It's out of the realm of possibility. There's no way they're repeating that. And if you add the league average, I heard Chopin Bulldog say this yesterday, the league average was 8.5, or roughly is 8.5 fumbles per year for a team. And if it's even 6, 7, those 4 or 5 fumbles might not sound like a lot, but that could be the difference that could be 35 points over the course of a year. And instead of averaging 30 points a game, now you're averaging 26.
I'm a big believer that goalies have to support goalies. There's only 2 goalies or whatever shakes out or whatever. Devin is in the room. I haven't spoken to him at all, but there was a time in my life where I didn't treat the other goalies that well, and it was a mistake. You have to support each other because the reality is in an 82-game season, you need both guys to be going. And you need both guys to win games. And when one guy's struggling, you need the other guy to pick him up for the confidence. I know, like, when I'm struggling and I know that the other guy is going to win a game, it gives me a lot of confidence, and it makes me play a lot more freely. It's just such a delicate balance of being very competitive with each other and pushing each other.
Alex Lyon, as a goalie, that's the way you got to sound, right? Goalies supporting goalies?
Yeah, it's.
Or do you want to fight your partner?
It's a little harder than you think to not want to fight your partner sometimes.
Right, because it's a competition, really.
It is.
At all times, I would bet.
Yeah, everything is a competition. You gotta practice every day, every game you play. In junior, I had a partner, Benny Halaz, who's playing college hockey now. He'll end up playing pro, probably in Europe, but he's a good goalie. And we were both good, solid goalies for the league we were in, and we split time 50-50 dead down the middle. And every day in practice was a war with Benny.
Yeah.
And we were best friends. But every day in practice, every game we played was, I mean, seriously, it might have been just as intense as the games we played on the weekends. We wanted to beat each other so bad because you knew, like, this is all, I'm competing with you the most directly. It's kind of similar to the F1. You're competing against the driver.
But you have a teammate,
but he's
too.
your teammate, too.
Yeah.
And so there's a balance to find there. And I found that really interesting from Lyon because there's so many guys that do it differently in that way.
Yeah.
Some guys just don't talk to you. I had partners that wouldn't talk to me. It was just, listen, we're
we're here to compete, and this is business.
And then I had guys like Benny, who was legitimately one of my best friends in the world, and I loved him, and we still went to war every day.
Not to bring everything back to golf, but that sounds like, you're doing a match with a buddy on the golf course, and he hits a perfect shot, and you're like, that's a good shot. And in your head, you're like, I want to beat this guy so bad. But you're still friendly at the end of it?
Yeah. And there's, you fight against, when you're young and you're learning how to be a goalie at a somewhat high level and you start getting competitive, I think every goalie probably at some point is sitting on the bench and their partner gets scored on, and internally you go, yes. And you immediately feel disgusting. And you're like, that isn't right. And that starts, I think, for many guys, the process of learning how to find that balance that Lyon's talking about there.
Yeah. So, real quick on the Sabres and goalies, but also prospects. I was reading Stephen Ellis this morning. He's ranking, he's going through all the prospect systems in the NHL. He does not have the Sabres as like the number one prospect pool in the league. In fact, he's not like specifically ranking them. He says they have a top 15 pipeline. So basically they're in the top half of the league.
Yeah.
So, okay. The Sabres he's ranking their top 10 prospects. Want to guess where he ranks Levi? Their 10 best prospects. Nope. Not one.
No?
Nope.
Ooh, then now I'm thinking the other way. Is it like 5?
It's 4th. Wow. He hasn't ranked behind Noah Ostlund, Radim Murka, who they just drafted, and Konsta Helenius. And he writes about Levi that he just has not found that way to crack onto the big team, the full team yet. And the Sabres just signed Alex Lyon to a 2-year deal. So some would argue he still has the most upside of any goalie in the Sabres system, but is there a legit pathway to NHL success still? And I think this might be a big year for him for determining at least the reputation of like what he is, this star upside that has existed with him since the Sabres really acquired him.
Right.
So this is like 5 years, right? Like 5 years of Levi just existing in the back of the mind of any Sabre fan thinking, they got a star goalie on the way. If he doesn't make it to the NHL this year at some point, it doesn't have to be right away, but if he doesn't fight his way into their rotation at some point during this season, I think a lot are going to start writing him off.
Yeah.
At least towards being that. Like, okay, maybe he could still be an NHL goalie, but the idea that he's going to be a top 10 guy in the league, that he's UC Saros 2.0, like, think we would have started to see more of that by now. And there was also this contract situation, which I think most are expecting that to be pretty easy, that he'll just sign as an RFA.
There's some comps for him that are making like above $1 million.
And for him, this was the noise about him when he came out of college, was he only really wanted to sign in Buffalo. It was whispered, but it was like the worst-kept secret in town, that he only really wanted to sign in Buffalo if they cleared a spot for him.
Right.
And now that contract is over. And he's an RFA that's not offer sheet eligible. So he doesn't really have much of a play. But if 3 years ago he really only wanted to come here if they cleared a spot for him, and now he has no contract, and definitively they did not clear a spot for him because he would have to really wrestle a job away from somebody. Again, like I don't know what the next step of this is though. Like he might want to find a way to get to a team that is more willing to give him a spot right away and just kind of hand it to him, but I don't know how he accomplishes that.
I think there's a part of that is when he came in, he probably wanted to see, can I jump right in?
Well, he probably thought he could.
Exactly. Like
he was probably confident, I'm going to step right in and I will never go to the AHL.
Right. And so he thought that, rightly or wrongly. I think every guy that's playing at that level should think that about themselves. He came in and went, I need the opportunity to do that. And now what he's done is not forced them to let him in again. Mm-hmm. And I think with what I know about him as a kid, that I've heard really, really good things about him mentally, as a person, as a goaltender, both in and out of the sport. I've heard he's a really, really good guy. I think if he's smart and self-aware and has good people around him, he'll recognize I didn't force the Sabres to give me the job. Mm-hmm. And so I got to deal. I got to make him do it. And I don't think he will force his way out of this situation to get somewhere where, I mean, how many places are going to
That's the thing. It would be
give
tough.
him a spot in the NHL.
Might be tough to find in the first place.
It's not happening, I don't think. Yeah. Not for a guy at that. It's just, there's not those jobs available. Right. You find veterans to do that job like the Sabres did find Lyon. It's the same thing. Mm-hmm. So I don't think you're getting gifted that job from a team, especially not a team that's any better than the Sabres, because any better than the Sabres has a good goalie.
Right. Like most teams are going to have a better goalie room than the Sabres are right now.
And so you're not going to find a much easier path than this, regardless of how you feel about what they did.
And then there's also, like, I don't know what to make of his season. Like, he was great in Rochester again in the regular season, and then in that first round playoff series, he was incredible. But then when they went and played Laval, which was the top dog team in the AHL, he got lit up.
I'm seeing a lot. Yeah.
So, like, what am I to make of that?
I don't know.
That's the last thing we saw.
It's the last thing we saw, but it's also
we saw
sample. A massive sample size of him being incredible all year in the AHL. Mm-hmm. And then that Laval team was legit. Like, that was a borderline NHL roster team. And, he got beat. But it was, I don't even think it was a 7-game series. It was a 5-game series, I think. And they lost in 3. And three bad games. I am not ready to write off the season he had because he struggled against Laval in April.
That's right, but it's just it's more throwing doubt into the mix of, like, how much should I really count on this guy to someday come be my number one goalie? Because I've been treating it as such really until now, and I still kind of want to believe he's more likely to be the Buffalo Sabres' long-term number one goalie than Luukkonen is.
Oh, he definitely. I 100% believe that.
It doesn't also mean he's likely to. Just because he's more likely than Luukkonen is doesn't mean that he's likely to be, the Ryan Miller comps. Actually, we have a call about that comp right now. Bruce in North Tonawanda. What's up, Bruce?
How are you today?
Morning.
I'd like to just basically put a pause on the Devin Levi thing. Let me remind the good listenership that Ryan Miller played 4 seasons in the AHL before he came up. 4.
Yep.
It takes time for goalies to figure it out. It's one of the hardest positions that there is in sports, in my opinion. Who wants to stand in front of a puck coming at you at 100 miles an hour? Not too many people that have a sane mind and body, but no, it took him 4 years to figure it out. And once he came up, he was ready. So let's, if we can, put a pause to this and let him be him and let him figure himself out. And if it happens, it happens. And if it doesn't, I guess it doesn't, but the kid needs some time, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bruce. The only thing about that, though, and I in a vacuum on a well-run team, be totally good with that. Like, and that is all reasonable. Miller might have only taken 3 years in the AHL if there wasn't a lockout.
Right.
But either way, it's still more than Levi's playing.
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
I guess they didn't necessarily do this offseason. My only problem with, well, just let him sit down there and, like, don't worry about it. It's when the Sabres have treated it as such. The Sabres have planned for goalie in the last 3 years as though he's going to be here.
Exactly.
They plan in 2022-23 where they don't trade for a goalie at the deadline, which is one of the most criminal things I think they have done with Kevin Adams as the GM. They had a playoff team that just needed a few more saves, and they didn't touch it because they were afraid of the college goalie not signing with them.
Yeah.
That year, they planned their goalie room around him arriving. The next year, they planned their goalie room around what? Him being the starter.
Right.
He started opening night, first 3 games of the year.
Right.
Last year, Reimer, they waived him at the beginning of the year. They're lucky he was still around. That they got re-waived so they could bring him back. They planned their goalie room 3 straight years around him being there. Now they have finally not done that.
Right. That's the point I was going to make. Like, I agree. I think he does need more time. The Sabres are the ones that need to be told that, apparently.
Well, now I think now maybe they do. Now they did it.
Right, but it took them. They've got it reversed. Like, they should have been doing what they did this year for the last 2 years and, maybe left the spot open this year. But they didn't do that. And so when they treat him in that way of, he's going to be the guy, he's going to be the guy, he's going to be the guy, and then he's not the guy, and he's not the guy again. And then now this year, what's going to happen? That's where I think a lot of fans get, well, what's going on with this goalie? It's been 3 years I've been hearing about this guy. And should he still be in the AHL? Probably. But they've been saying to you, all of us, no, he's ready. He's coming.
Different. He's special.
He's going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
He's got it. And it brings me back to it. Another part about that Lion clip that I found really interesting was at the very end, not in the clip we played, but the full answer he gave. He talked about finding it takes a long time to find your game, and once you find what works for you, you got to hold on to it and protect it. And to me, that is what takes this time. Levi's as physically, technically talented as he'll be ever now. It's he needs to learn his game and what works for him. Do I slide in this position? Do I like playing in a reverse VH on this post? What all this stuff that you got to figure out as a goaltender. It just takes reps and time, and that's what he needs. And so you got to wait for that. And if it's ready, it's ready. And if it's not, you can't force it, because the guy, once you lose a grip on that stuff that works for you, you saw this with Luukkonen last year, you end up guessing and you end up looking a little inefficient and not very good, and you end up not playing very well. And so you've got to try to protect against that, especially with a young goaltender.
I just found just a wrap on this. Again, this is something we bought into. We bought into the Sabres. The Sabres thought through their actions that Levi was different and he was special.
Yeah.
We followed suit. I put a poll up on June 8th of 2023. Would you trade Devin Levi straight up for Connor Hellebuck on a long-term extension.
Oh.
I didn't even do the only 1 year left on his deal. I'm telling you, Hellebuck will sign with you long-term. Would you trade Levi for him straight up? 8,800 votes. And 86% said no. That's where we were.
I mean,
we were hype was nuts.
And that was
holy crap.
The team,
and now he's the 4th-ranked prospect in the system.
It's crazy. The team. A lot of it was the team forcing him onto people.
Right. We listen,
in media.
We got suckered.
Yeah.
It was never likely. It was never ever likely.
No.
To the caller's point, goalies take time.
Exactly.
It never should have been the plan. It never should have been talked about the way it was. I'm guilty of it too. And now we're at a point where I feel like we're in a more reasonable position. It's all that history makes it feel like, we should be down on Levi. I feel like if the expectation was never set that high, we would still feel pretty good.
I think you'd feel great.
You'd feel good. Like he's had a good AHL career. He had a bad series at the end. He's 23. Goalies aren't supposed to arrive even by that age usually.
No.
Like without the history of the team saying this kid's going to be different, elite, going to show up earlier than everybody, you would look at him and say this is a good goalie prospect that's developing around the rate that most do.
Exactly.
Some goalie chatter on July 9th for you. Alex Lyon speaking yesterday. Good comments. Good talk with the media. That comment that we just played there about how you should treat your fellow goalies in the room. All that's on demand, WGR550.com. Extendo Sports when we come back to wrap things up here in WGR. Eventually, this is a rebuild again, right? Eventually, it is. I hope it's not for another 3 years, 4 years, and I would have a greater hope that you just kind of eliminate that conversation by making the playoffs. But at some point, we know this. We know there is a date where Dahlin and Tage hit the ejector seat.
Yeah.
And the day they do that, I think you're in a rebuild. Even if you're not choosing to be in one, your team just will be in one automatically. Maybe you have a different GM by then. I mean, at that point.
I mean, you got to think that would
I can't believe
happen
you wouldn't.
if those guys are asking out that
Yeah.
The guy doing it now wouldn't be the guy who gets to trade him.
That is really, like, we are a week removed from all the Sabres action, and we're going to be waiting for a Byram trade maybe forever, or at least until, arbitration gets closer at the end of the month. But that is really what's on the line for them this year. It makes it feel more important than even some of these more recent seasons, because now you kind of feel like there is an end date on the horizon. It's tough to know what it is. Like when the Dahlin thing came up last year with Paul Bissonnette, that was, I think, greatly exaggerated the extent of his meeting with Kevin Adams. But when that day happened, my thought was, okay, this was expected at some point. Maybe it's a little earlier than I would have thought, but it's actually it's later than Eichel got to this point, right? Dahlin's been on the team now longer than Eichel has.
Yeah.
So his end date is coming. I wouldn't have been stunned if it had happened at the end of last year. It didn't, and it hasn't happened now, but will it be at the end of this year? Either way, like, all of that is impossible to know unless you are in the mind of Rasmus Dahlin. So, it might not be this year. It could be next year. Either way, this year I feel like there's more pressure because you got to stop the train. All right, Extendo Sports. I have a Twitter question that I'm asking followers right now. I'll ask let's go to the bullpen, see what they think. What is the most ridiculous poll result in my Twitter's history? 2023, asking, would you trade Devin Levi straight up for Connor Hellebuck on a long-term extension? 86% said no. Or March 19th of 2021, Mitch Trubisky has just signed with the Bills, fresh off the Bears. And I asked the question, would you take the Eagles' last 4 years for the Bills? The backup, Trubisky, comes in, wins the Super Bowl after an injury to the franchise quarterback. 3 years go by, and the franchise quarterback, Allen, starts a downward spiral, and you're starting over in 2025. Are you signing up? And 54% said no, they would not take the Super Bowl. See, that one might not be as ridiculous, though, because I think you might still have a number of people that would say no to that. Wouldn't you? Would you have people that would say no to that right now? If I put that poll back up right now and said, Allen, 4 years older, and they still have a 1. I don't even want to entertain the thought, though, because it includes him getting injured, and that's what happened in Philadelphia, though. Like, the guy got hurt, and they came in and won. And then it was all over in 3 years. Now they've built it back up.
Right.
And won again.
I think a lot of people, I know I struggle to even think about that because I don't want to think about life without Allen.
Right.
I just can't do it.
Levi for Hellebuck is That's ridiculous thing to say no to.
It's insane.
Even 2 years ago.
Insane that people said no to that. I mean, whatever. Don't get me started.
Hellebuck was on a 1-year deal at the time.
Right.
And I remember wanting that. Like, go do it. Don't wait. It's okay. That wasn't like actually on the table for them. So right. I shouldn't be upset about it at all. It's a beautiful July day. Stay tuned. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show's on the way next. I'll talk to you tomorrow at 6. Joe Marino tomorrow from Locked On Bills. Brian Koziel. We'll talk a little Sabres with him. Also, some golf. Scottish Open this week, which has become a bigger and bigger tournament, and then next week the Open Championship. So we'll talk a little with Brian tomorrow at 8:30. Have a good Wednesday. Stay tuned for the Extra Point Show after this on WGR.